Get ready, friends. It's time for another Historic Metals livestream. Before we begin, don't forget to click like for the algorithm, be sure to subscribe, and leave a comment on this video. Also, be sure to click the bell icon to get notified when we post new videos and live streams. Now, let's get things started and make some history together. Here's your host for the show, Corky K, from HistoricMetals.com.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming to the Open Virtual LCS online with me, your host, Corky K, your shopkeep, your local coin store virtually right here on YouTube. Good to see you all. Thanks for coming, Darren and David and Long Live Coins, my early arrivals. We'll just hang out for a bit, see who's going to be here and who's going to join us, and if sharing out works like we're talking about in chat, that would be really cool. I am online today, going to start this whole sort of 12 to 5 streamed store thing and see what happens. Checking all my systems around me. Everything seems to be running okay. How's the audio? Can you hear me okay? Let's turn on the music and see if that ruins us or makes it better. Get that going in the background here. All right, music. Got some music on, got some microphone on. How's it going out there? All good 5x5 on the audio, folks? Let me know. And we'll see how it goes. I've got things to sell, deals to offer, stuff to talk about. Today's been a little weird for me. It's Monday. I had mentioned last week I was doing some sales to get some car repair work done. I put the car in the shop this morning. And we thought it was going to be $200 or $300 until he took it apart. And of course, you know how it goes. It's triple that. It's going to be about $600 or $700. But I'm having a lot more stuff done than I anticipated. So that's never fun. Oh, good. Good to hear I'm good and loud. I was a little too quiet before, so I worked on that some. Hopefully it's much better now, and you can adjust on your side downward instead of me trying to get it louder during the stream, which wasn't easy. So yeah, I put the car in the shop. I went out to get some parts that I had bought to take with me to the shop, and got rubbing my elbow because while I was rooting around in the carport, I got stung by a wasp. I've gone 45 something years since I was a little kid. I'm 55, and I got stung by bees when I was little now and then at the pool or whatever. But I hadn't been stung by a bee in decades, and in the last 2 weeks, I've been stung twice in my carport by my car. So I got to figure out what's attracting the wasps to my yard and get rid of it because they are stinging me. And that's no fun. Not good at all. So with that out of the way, if I am mousing a little slowly with my right arm, it's because I'm hurting over there a little bit from the big sting. The big sting this morning. Let's check in on the spot prices. That's probably a good place to begin. We'll see what they look like today. Looks like everything's in the red. Let's refresh and just make sure what's really going on right now. Yep. Oh boy, things are taking a little dippy-doo. Silver down by a penny since the last time it recorded an entry, and gold down 70 cents, but it's down actually quite a bit since yesterday, I think. Looks like platinum and palladium also on their way down. There must be some news that's causing that, so let's check over to news. See what's happening in the silver and gold world today. Gold price weaker on bearish charts outside markets. Yeah, I saw them going down yesterday. That's, that's okay. That's good for stackers, not so good for sellers. Precious metals remain in a funk. Let's check this out. Why do precious metals remain in a funk? Because they're funky. The technicals for precious metals were looking positive in July, but since then the bears have driven the sector lower as the US dollar has rebounded. It's always puzzled me. When the dollar's strong, the metals are weak. When the dollar's weak, the metals are strong. It seems to me like when the dollar's strong, it'd be the best time to, buy stuff with it, right? Like gold and silver, but okay, I'm just a coin guy with a hobby and an interest in this stuff. I'm no expert or financial analyst. But that's why they think it is. It's because of the dollar. It's always because of the dollar. The charts say chart things that chart people understand. More recently, the S&P 500 has rallied towards an all-time high as we avoid recession. I wouldn't say we avoided recession. If you bought coffee, eggs, milk, or butter lately, we're screwed. Anyway, so that's the prices today. We're at 2265.75 on silver, 1912, 1913 on gold. That's cool. It is what it is. Your glasses ain't on. What was silver? Like 22 and change, 22.75 on the high end. So a little bit wishy-washy there, and of course it seems to be slightly down. Let's take a look at a silver chart. What I like to do is I look at this chart, which tells me kind of direction for the day, up or down, which seems to be right at break even from open this morning. But then I look at the 30-day a lot because that kind of tells me trends in the recent weeks. And as you can see, we're dipsy doing pretty hard. It's a good time to buy. Meanwhile, I'll also look at like the 10-year just to give myself some hope. Because even when you see those dipsy doos, if you look at 10 years ago, our hedge against inflation overall is roughly about where it was 10 years ago. So more or less exactly. So that's not terrible. And since most of us are buy and holders for our stacks, 5 years it's been looking rosy. 10 years we've been holding our own. Over the last year we've gone up. Over the last 6 months we've more or less been holding our own, slightly up. So really, if you look at the short term, it's scary. It's going down. I just bought my silver a month ago and it's dropped $1 or $2. But don't worry, because in the long run, even at 60 days, we're only a little behind 30 and 60. But when you start looking at the longer term, the line goes basically up, which is a pretty good thing. Hey, try again. How are you? Lola Davis, good to see you. Welcome in. How's everybody doing today? How are your Mondays going? Let me know in chat if you're having a Monday like mine that started out with expensive auto shop estimates and wasp stings. Hopefully it's going better than that for you. I would like to think that all of you are having a better day than me. For me, it's just been one punch after another. That doesn't play quickly. It's a little too slow for punchlines. Get it? Punchlines? Tried out my sound effects, but those jokes are bombing. I was really hoping you guys would give me a round of applause. All sounding good. Sound effects working. All right. Day trading. Are you day trading right now? What kind of stuff do you day trade? You in the metals markets, or are you in other kinds of stocks and bonds and commodities and financial vehicular things? I'm looking for my channel here just to see how many people are watching. We got 7 viewers on. When we get up to 10 viewers, if we can get ourselves up to 10 viewers, and we usually do fairly quickly, then I will start with a giveaway for the early arrivals. You're in the metals, day trading metals. Well, that might be worth doing. I am no expert at that either. I've dabbled around in the market some, but never make the right choices. So I just stick to what I know, which is silver and gold. Pile it high and buy it cheap and keep going. I'm also going to announce to you guys, since all of you that are here are kind of my quote-unquote regulars now that I'm 2 weeks into this and can consider you regulars for coming twice. I've had already some grief from another member of the community about my doing a show on Monday night. I got to figure that out because I need to find a time slot at night to serve those folks who have jobs during the day, and also to take advantage of kind of prime time YouTube posting for traffic and traction to new people. Hi, Chili Gumbo. And so I got to find a spot, right? So I don't know if you guys have any preferences for when you find yourselves spending a lot of time watching YouTube and what good times of day are for you. The daytime thing is easy. I could do this pretty much every day. The only thing with that is if I commit to it, then I have to do it. And if I need to take time to go to the car shop or something, then everybody wonders where I am. Wednesday night is looking like a possibility, Chili. Now that Coinbox, well, formerly SC Stacker, has given up Wednesday nights to run his brick and mortar store on Wednesdays, I have considered that time slot. I think it's open right now, and people were used to seeing him in that slot, and there's a hole that I could fill. The person that gave me grief about Mondays only streams every other Monday night, and but they're pretty established, and I don't want to make them too mad at me. I like them, and I sometimes go on their channel, and sell. So they've been good to me. I don't want to be terrible to them. I do feel like I want to be consistently in a time slot once a week at night, at least once a week. And Mondays looked wide open. There was nobody streaming last Monday night, so I started. And then I find out after making commercials and bumper reels and putting it into my content videos at the end that I'd be on Monday nights. Yesterday I got told they really didn't like me streaming on Monday nights. And there's a part of me that's like, tough, it's YouTube, it's competitive, there's a lot of us. And there's part of me that's like, yeah, you know what? Don't tick off the incumbent niche channels that are much larger than you, or that could be detrimental to your health as a channel too. So I'm not sure what to do about Monday nights now. And so that's up in the air. I really want to be a good community member and contribute to the growth of not only my channel, but all channels. I'm a firm believer that a rising tide raises all ships. And if we're bringing attention to the metals community, if we're bringing attention to each other, as you'll often hear me shout out, Saka Plata, AG47 Recon, Coinbox, formerly SC, Empire Precious Metals. These are the guys that I got inspired by, that I admire, that I observe and watch and attend their streams and participate and buy things from them and support their channels and their personal lives as a result. I just want to join into that community. I don't want to crash into that community. So I'm starting this stream out with deep thoughts with Corky at the virtual LCS at Historic Metals about what should I do, right? I love to stream. I actually love to stream way more than I like making the content videos. I make the content videos so I can learn about things and share my learning with you. I'm not very good at it, but I'm working on it. I think the Indiana Jones video was way better than my first video last year. And incrementally, I will get better. And I think you're right, Darren. You know, there's plenty of people. Not too many people care. And everybody stream hops. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus my phone, 6 screens in front of me. And currently, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them are on YouTube things, whether it's on my channel or the stream controls or the chat. You know, when I'm not streaming, I'm often watching multiple channels at the same time, and I'll pause one and watch the other, or mute one and watch the other. I think choices are good. Hi, Stacking Steve. Thank you for that input. Choices are important. Choices, and not only that, but not all of us have the same stuff. For example, and then sometimes we do. It's kind of funny. I went on a panel show yesterday. I was on the community flea market show, and I was about the third or fourth person in line to go on screen. And by the time it was my turn, the prior sellers had pretty much offered all the products I have. So then it just kind of became, well, do I try to scramble for something different, which is what I did, or adjust my prices to beat their prices? And that's just mean and not very feasible anyway, since our prices are already all very tight to the margins on everything. Thank you for the compliment, Daniel, and good to see you. Thank you. Welcome in. We're up to 13 people. Let's do a giveaway and talk about something a lot more fun than my problems. Let me switch over to the item box. We'll start the giveaway today with hashtag historic. You guys know what to do. It's going to be hashtag historic. Let me get the bot giveaway up, and then I'll show you what you could win. So start hashtag historicing in chat. I don't have as easy a way to show that on the screen as some people do, but I'll enter myself the first time, and I don't actually get entered on the bot because I'm a channel owner. So follow that hashtag. Put that hashtag in for the start of stream giveaway. Good morning, A to Z Coins. Good to see you. You're just in time to get a hashtag historic into the chat, and we will do a giveaway. What we're going to give away first is a gram of 999 fine silver. It's actually managed to rotate itself. It kind of moves around in there. No, sorry about that. But anyway, just a little 1 grammer United States of America Indian head that just simply says 1 gram of pure silver on the back. Blah, blah, blah. The clear is probably messing it up. Yep. 1 gram of 999 pure silver in the GAW. Nice little wreath. Just something simple to get us going. As the channel gets bigger, so will the giveaways, so keep that in mind. Keep coming back. You know how that works. The more that we're successful, the more we can do for you. So, well, I think I've greeted everybody. Did I miss anybody yet? Darren, Daniel, David, Try, AZ, Chili, Long Live Coin, Stack, and Steve. It's fantastic to have you all here. Sal spread out 200 ounces of gold. Yeah, have you guys seen that? Wow. I mean, it's impressive. I've thought about doing a full stack video. So if I was to go over to Salivate Metal, I'll just show you the picture of his thumbnail because it's impressive. So while you guys are hashtag historicing, let's take a quick look at that. This obviously jumps off the page at you. I'll try to zoom in, make it bigger for everybody on the stream, and get it in the middle of the screen. Scroll up. Wow. Just look at that. My resolution is set, so it's kind of hard to get that at a good size here. There we go. 10 years in the community, 200 plus ounces, and he said that's not quite all of it. But you're looking at, and let's figure premiums. Let's just ballpark. I see box sets and specialty pieces and slabs. That's $500,000 on the table, folks. That is $400,000 at spot for 200 ounces. Easily $500,000 worth of metal spread out. Now, here's what's fascinating about that to me. And keep entering that hashtag. Make sure everybody gets their hashtag in. Let's quickly check that while we're on this screen as well. 9 users out of 13, 12 watching. So somebody left, Meanie. But yeah, we still need a couple of you to hashtag historic. And back to Sal's thing. Salivate Metals. Yes, Salivate. Yes. We've got gold. We've got so much gold. We've got over 200 ounces. We've got $500,000. Yes. I have to drink some sweet tea after talking like Sal. I have to drink it like Sal, though. Here you go. I can't even slurp like him. It makes me choke. Anyway, yes. We've got 200,000 ounces of silver and gold here. Gold, mostly gold. But that's okay, because I'm not competing with Sal. I would love to have his kind of views, 23,000 views. I'll be happy if I get 23 views today, but I am brand new. But yeah, let's check in on Nightbot. Make sure everybody that's coming into the room here is, hey, Jetmac, how you doing? Make sure you get into the thing. Yep, I got 9 of you. I'll let that run for just another moment, and then we will roll it and see who wins. Historic, send me your address. I'll send you some error coins for your GAW if you want. Well, A to Z Coins, you can actually, why don't you email me? It's at the bottom of the screen. It's info@historicmetals.com. And I'll share my address back to you that way so that I have your email address. If I don't already have it, which I probably do. I can also run through wallets real quick and see if anybody's here and check in with you, because after the last stream I was a little flustered and I wrote down wallets for pretty much everybody, and not everybody was here at the end of the stream, so I wasn't sure, so I held a bunch of wallets. And I see you, Jetmech. I've got a wallet for you going right now with some gold and silver in it. So I can continue to wallet that for you, Jet, until whenever. That's fine. Or I can ship it. I also have wallets for CM Silver, Terma Treasure. David Canham, you are here. You've got a GAW win from last week in a wallet. Gold Sniping Farmer has quite a bit going on here with gold and silver in a wallet. Trollfire has a wallet. Angry Warrior Tackle Box has a GAW win. Kellen has a GAW win. Daniel K, if you're here, you've got Morgan's in a wallet. And Hambone, I haven't seen you yet, but you've got a pretty substantial wallet here as well. How does one hedge a stack like that? I trade. What do you mean try again hedge? Like if gold was to do the go to zero thing, which it never will ever. But what do you mean by hedge a stack like that? One way to hedge a gold stack is to also have a silver stack. People tend to have different ratios they collect. A common mathematical proportion is 10 to 1, so 10 ounces of silver for every ounce of gold you have. That's roughly where I reside in my stack. But my stack is always constantly changing. Last week I sold, I don't know, probably 100 plus ounces of silver and a couple ounces of gold. But I've already ordered more. And I count my inventory and my stack as a sole proprietor as kind of the same thing. I'm not as rigidly drawing a line between what I sell. Yep, just type, that's an easy one. So the bot will help you. Bang email, and you can help other people learn that in the future. Also, bang info. And if you need to know how to pay me ever, and it's too small on the screen, bound pay. SGT, what's up? Welcome. Good to see you, man. There's some bot commands, and you can share them with your friends, you know, when they're in the chat, and I'm obviously too busy to pay attention. So email, info, pay. Oh, that's okay. You probably didn't need to censor that, Chili, but thank you for modding. Appreciate that. So yeah, it's there's the email, info@historicmetals.com. I try to keep it easy. As prices fluctuate, the stack does not change. I don't know why you did that, Chili. He wasn't being mean, but I could see why you might censor it as a complaint or whatever. I was like, that's a little harsh. So AZ, no offense, he's just practicing modding on you. You're a mod guinea pig, I guess. Cool. Hashtag historic. So we've lost some eligible users. Now, how did we lose people? Wait a minute. Do I have a setting to stop you from... let me crank down the eligibility time. What the hell happened there? Now it's filling back in again. It like reset over here, and now, hold on. I wasn't touching it, and I went from 9 eligible users to 0. So I'm just going to make all of you eligible automatically here, myself, just in case. Is it somehow saying automatically mark users ineligible that post the keyword multiple times? Well, that's not enabled. But now we're down to 6 people, and we had 9. So, folks, I don't know what, just the bot's been being a pain in the ass today. Go ahead and hashtag historic one more time. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Watching currently, we have 12 users, but only 6 in the bot. So if you can see your name on there with a blue dot, you're already good. If you don't see your name with a blue dot, you're not good. So try again is a great name to use here. Try again, folks. I'm not sure. I'm still new. It literally had 9 people in there, and I turned my head and it went to 6 right before my very eyes. So I've cranked down the time required, and I've made sure you're not getting ineligible for doing it twice. But I've got half a dozen users in the stream, 12 viewers, and only 6 people on the Nightbot. Maybe Nightbot is broken today. So now we're going back up. We're up to 7. I'm letting you guys see it so you can tell if your name is on the list. Get those hash. You're showing 12, Chili, in the bot. How are you seeing that? 8? Oh, 12 viewers. Yeah. So now it went up to 8 again. It's one of those days. It's a Monday, folks. It is a Monday. I really don't want to leave anybody out, but I can't sit on this forever. 8 still, and I think, let's see, probably one of them, maybe 2 of them are me anyway. Um, All right, well, with 8 people in here, Chili Gumbo, you're on there. I have AZ, Chili, Daniel, Darren, Jetmech, Lola, SGT, and Try Again. If you didn't hear your name on that list just now, hashtag historic. Quick, because I'm going to run it pretty soon. A to Z, that'd be you. Oh, wow, you really cremated A to Z's messages, did you? Are you banning people, Chili? What's going on? We can undelete those. Is that a thing? Nope, that's not a thing. A to Z, if you're feeling picked on by Chili, he did something bad to you. He's deleted every single one of your messages. Chili, chill. I don't know what you did there, but I'm scrolling back looking for people. Stack and Steve should be on the list, and he's not. So Stack and Steve, if you're still in the room, hashtag historic again. I don't know, Chili. It says you're the one who deleted, apparently, all of A to Z. At AZ, are you still here? And I see you stacking, Steve, and now you're on there. So now we're up to 10 people. One of them's probably my monitor. But AZ, are you still here? Because I want to make sure you're not mad. I don't know what happened. That is super, super weird. When I scroll up, it just says Chili Gumbo has deleted this message by like every single one of the A to Z ones. Wild. And I know it was a mistake. Nobody's going to get mad. I'm sitting up here making mistakes right and left. We got 10 people in there, 12 people, probably me watching the other one. So let's go ahead and run it. I think I got all you folks that matter, including AZ. So, yeah, as you know, my particular bot, I don't get all fancy with it. I just push the button and it almost instantly tells you. So as you all will see, here we go. 10 eligible users, a 1 in 10 chance. Glad you're not mad, AC. That is awesome. Every rise selling opportunity, says Troy. Chili's just over here saying, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. That's okay. We're past it now. Moving on. Rolling and winning. Daniel K. You are our winner of the 1 grammer. The 1 grammer mammer slammer here in the item box. So there it is. That's going to go to you, Daniel K. Send me an email. You can hit exclamation point email. It's on the screen. It's in the video description. That's another thing I'll just put out there as a pro tip. Every auction I go to with every streamer that streams, somebody's in the audience going, how do I pay? How do I email you? How do I do the things? And we carefully craft our length-limited descriptions under our videos to contain all of that. Every time, every channel. It's all there for you. Just got to scroll down a little bit. All right, Historic Metals, Daniel K. Winner. That also gets you a free wallet, Daniel. So that means you now have free shipping until you ship your batch. For up to, I've been saying a week. Since I'm not clear on my schedule, we'll just say kind of whenever. For now, until I get on a rhythm. Do I already have a wallet, Daniel? Yes, I do. You have the Morgans, so it's going in there. You actually already paid for shipping, so unfortunately the free shipping part of the win does not apply. And that's something I learned from SC. It's you win free shipping if you don't already have a wallet. So in this case, you already had a wallet and some Morgans in it, so now you've got a wallet with some Morgans and some free silver in it that'll help cover the cost of that shipping. We'll do another one at the end of the stream. And then basically, I'm at your mercy. I'm an open coin shop. Who is interested in seeing some metal? And what kind of metal would you like to shop for today? And in the meantime, in between time, I will show you my newest piece of gold that I'm very proud of in my collection and possibly for sale for the right price. This is a 1911 Indian head. Really good condition considering it's been a piece of jewelry for I don't know how long. In a bezel, which I also think the bezel's unique and different. I brought out another bezel because most of the time when you see a coin bezel, it's like this. It's just a rim around the ring, a ring around the rim, a ring around the rosy, or in this case, a ring around the Morgan. But I thought that this particular bezel was especially special. It's 18 karat gold on its own. So it's an 18 karat bezel around a 90% pre-33 $10 eagle Indian head. And just a gorgeous specimen. This one right here, folks. This is a perfect example, actually. Let's go historic metals for a second on you. So this gold eagle, this 1911 gold eagle, is a $10 coin. It's a $10 coin, right, from back in the day, 1911. This was $10. They used them, like they carried them around and spent them, right? So here's what's interesting about it. In 1911, let's do a little experiment because I'm about to make a hypothesis. I'm going to make an educated guess and say $10 in 1911 would probably get you room and board, I'm going to say for at least 10 days, if not a whole month. So let's go over to ChatGPT, which knows things and is a quick way to look stuff up, and ask ChatGPT in a new chat. I even have the paid version, ChatGPT 4. In 1911, what was the average cost to rent an apartment, let's call it an apartment, for one person for a month? Question mark. 1911, the cost of living was dramatically different from today, and the price to rent an apartment based on location, quality, and size. Generally, in a large U.S. city like New York, you might expect to pay anywhere from, I was right, $10 to $50 a month for an apartment, with $50 being on the higher end for a more luxurious or spacious place. In smaller towns or rural areas, rent could be significantly cheaper. To understand this in context, $10 in 1911 is equivalent to approximately $270 in 2021 when adjusted for inflation. However, note, these are rough estimates and they're way wrong, by the way, ChatGPT. Always consider other factors as well, such as the average wage at the time. In 1911, many workers earned between $500 to $700 a year, which puts the monthly rent into perspective. Now, what is the average price? I actually won't know because I don't think it has data for 2023, but what is the average price of an apartment in the USA? I should specify because I forgot this is global. USA in 2023. And let's see if it can even do it. And we'll put one bedroom apartment just for our comparison here. So in 2023, ChatGPT, well, it only knows through 2021. But it did say that it just varies greatly. Here's the point. My house is a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, little rambler house in the country. I live in a rural town in Tennessee. It's not a big house. It's probably about 1,000 square feet, maybe 900. So about the same size as an apartment. Hey, Eagle, how are you? So where I'm going with this experiment, was proven in the first question, which is that yes, in 1911, you could in fact rent an apartment in a major city for $10 to $50 a month. This coin right here was a month's rent in an average town or small town for sure in 1911. Today, this coin's worth about $1,600, maybe a little more with the bezel because it's 18 karat. But $1,500, $1,600 for the condition and rarity and scarcity and type of coin that this is. And guess what? My rent for my 3-bedroom, 900 square foot, 1-bath house with a carport and half an acre of land is $1,100 a month. I pay $1,095 for my house. So this $10 coin would rent the apartment, which in those days probably included your utilities. I can't imagine they were sophisticated enough to have per unit billing on a big building in New York. You just moved in and paid your rent, right? But with utilities and my house, this is 1 month's rent in the palm of my hand. Gold has held its value for 100 years. That is awesome. To think that this sucker right here paid the rent for a month in its day, and now, 112 years later, it still pays the rent for a month. How's that for cool? Try that with a fiat dollar. It's not gonna happen. How much does a $20 coin go for today? Well, again, when you get into pre-33, it's super different because you could have a really crappy one and it's going to go for close to melt. You could have one like this, which is super fine, which is probably considered damaged because it's been in the bezel and probably has marks under the little bezel clips. But when you look at this coin on the scope, which I will put it on there for you. Oh, why is my scope? Why is my scope not working today? Let's deactivate it and activate it again. It was on before the show. All right. And this is going to be one of those days, isn't it? Is the cable loose? Or has it turned itself off? All right. The black screen will go away in just a moment. I just want to see if I can get this camera back on. I'm having real problems with technology today. All right. Well, never mind. Point being, this is a really fine one, except for it's got the jewelry, and it's probably going to have marks where those little bezel bands are. But if I could get a good clear focus on her face, you would see that she is all that and a bag of chips. And the detail. And I can't get a good shot here anymore. All right, technology I need to invest in. Better cameras. And even though I have professional studio lighting all around me, I need to work it to be better. It's just not want to focus. This focus is perfect. There we go. All the feathers, all the detail, no damage anywhere, no dings or dents or spots. She is just gorgeous. So, there's a month of rent. If anybody wants to pay my September rent, that coin could become for sale. Are you offering 200 hot dogs? Try again. I might trade for 200 hot dogs. I'm pretty darn hungry. How much does a $20 coin go for, though? So overall, I mean, the way to find that out, I'll show you how I research prices. We do it together all the time here because I am kind of the... In fact, I was doing it for a product I may offer today, but... I will use eBay, and one of my goals is to kind of be fairly priced, and I generally use lowest prices on eBay as a guide for that. So if I looked in here and I said $20 Gold Eagle, and we'll get them all different years here, we're not going to get just the pre-33 stuff. But let's go ahead and search for the Gold Eagle. And then what I do is I'll go to Buy It Now, and we'll talk about sold listings in a minute. But when I need to know what the market's offering today, and the best you could go, because sold listings don't tell you what you can go buy one for. They tell you what somebody bought one for yesterday. And that's fine, but what I want to know is if I wanted to buy one today, what's the cheapest $20 Gold Eagle I could get? So it looks like $5, those are quarters, tens are halves. So mine is like this one, which slabbed is 1,000, but actually not pre-33. So we get into pre-33 random dates, and you're starting at just above melt 2041 from Liberty. So Liberty will sell you a random year, random XF condition coin sight unseen for 2041. When you start getting into Indian heads and different older pre-33 stuff, they go up quickly. As you can see, they're all a couple $1,000s or more. So, just to give you an idea, I'll start there. Now, I will look at the sold comps, and if you're not familiar with how to do that, that's easy. I'll usually pick USA only just to make sure I'm not getting weird stuff from India or something, China. And then I will go down here and find the option for sold, which automatically means completed. And in this case, I'll search not by lowest price, but by ended recently, because it matters. Obviously, precious metal prices change every single second of every single day, so you always need to look Here's a 1907 20 that was an offer accepted. It was up at 3 grand. They probably took 2,500. This one took an offer, and they don't show you what the offer accepted turned out to be. So the only conclusive price we have is an 1893 at 2,000 even, which sold on August 14th, which isn't that today? Yeah, that's super current. So there's your most current verifiable sale of a 1893 $20, telling us that the minimum entry is 2 grand on a $20 coin. I've seen you mention Waltons before, so let's look at them. You were talking about them before. You were looking at coins on Waltons. I honestly am not sure that is the best way to price things, but I can't even find their site. Why can't I find? Here it is. Nope, that's meat processing. You got a link for where you're looking? I don't know if you can drop a link in chat. I don't know that I have. Is it an auction? What is Waltons? I'm not familiar with them, to be honest with you. I'm trying to find them. Where are you looking at someplace called Waltons? The $20 coin on Waltons. I don't know what that means. What is Waltons? I'm trying to find Waltons, coins, gold, silver. But I'm not having much luck here, as you can see. Antique and estate jewelry. Okay, so they're a jewelry seller and such, I guess, huh? Or is this even them? Is this the site Waltons you're talking about? I've never heard of them. They look like a jewelry store. I don't think that's what you're talking about. Waltons the show. So is it a coin show? Waltons TV. You mean like Goodnight John Boy? Oh. Does anybody specifically remember a gold coin on a show from 52 years ago? Walton's TV show, gold coin. Let's see if it's famous and I should know. There's a gold watch episode. Walton's TV show, John Boy. Okay, here's the story that you're talking about. John Boy on the Waltons and an 1879 $20 gold coin. I've been watching the Waltons, and in an episode called The Journey, he's blown away when he's shown an 1879 $20 Liberty Head gold coin a woman was given for a wedding present. The woman also said, "Even last year when President Roosevelt said we had to hand in all our gold coins, I just could not part with it." John Boy then said, "I'm sure Mr. Roosevelt would understand." The woman responded, "If not, I'm sure Mrs. Roosevelt would." So this means the episode takes place in 1934. 34 years exactly before I was born in 1968. So they're dating the time of the show, not when the show actually came out. But here's the pictures of that very coin. And to be honest with you, there's nothing particularly special about it. I mean, granted, it's pre-33 gold. It's a $20 gold piece. Those are always special. Hi, Siren Silver. How you doing? But as this coin goes, these are blurry pictures, but I don't see anything extremely remarkable about it. The year of it was 1879. I mean, what an obscure reference you're pulling out there, but we'll go ahead and throw 1879 on the search. And just for kicks, the one that we found for 2 grand was an 1893, so I have a feeling we'll be in the same ballpark. But this is to see what has recently sold in the 1879 category. Here's one, 2,500, sold on July 9th. That's rough like the one in the pictures. 24.50 on May 24th. So gold was a little higher in May and June and July. But if we look what's for sale right now, so we'll just pull down and get rid of the sold listings option. Flip it back to lowest price instead of most recent or best match. Just bear with me while it catches up. The browsing is deprioritized while I'm streaming. The streaming app takes most of my CPU. But here we go. Wow, 4,000. Why? Oh, it must be graded. I see picture of holder around that. Oh yeah, PCGS MS61. So that one's graded. Let's find an ungraded one like he's got in the palm of his hand. They're looking for $4 grand. That must be a pretty rare year. But again, graded MS60s. Okay, ungraded. I don't see years on these. They're not putting the year in the subject line. 1879 graded. 1350 for a $10, but we're looking for a $20. You kind of assume double, so 26. 2,500 to $3 grand. That's your answer. Depends on condition, depends on grade, depends on if it's slabbed or not. I mean, you could get lucky and pull a random year from Liberty here for 2,000, and maybe get an 1879. They cover the years on their random years, so you can't see it. But it looks like if you look around the edges of that, I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but it almost looks like that one says 1879 underneath the word random. But I could be imagining it. It could be 1979. No, not 1979, but like 1919 or something. So, yeah, I mean, $2,500 is probably a good round talking point number. But it was an interesting little journey to go learn about this episode and see the pictures of the coin. But as you can see, it's kind of scratched up and rough and just some example. It may not even be a real one that they used in the filming, but it looks real enough. And when I compare it to that one that I did find on eBay in the sold listings a moment ago, it was like 2,400, something like that. So yeah. Pre 33 gold is not something that you're going to find is just has, I mean, there's gray sheet and there's red book and there's price guides, but every single coin is going to come with its price and its story. I wonder how much the one that was literally on the television show. Now, dating back to, are these posts dated? In 2020, someone was suggesting it was worth 1,720 at melt. And then basically 20 then, 1,700 now, 35 in 1934. So they give some context to what it was worth. But in the episode, and they're estimating that episode to have taken place in 1934, John Boy buys a pair of nice wool pants for $235, showing the relative worth of $20 back then. So he could have bought 10 pairs of nice pants with that, tailored probably to fit him, for that $20 coin. And they go on to talk about the episode and what fun it was and how you were allowed to keep $100 worth of gold if you could have afforded to do it. But most people didn't realize that and turned their gold in. So, yep, just an interesting little trip down memory lane to memories that only a few of us can get back to in terms of watching the Waltons, and none of us can get back to in terms of 1934. So, pretty wild, huh? Now let's think. The oldest living person on Earth is what? How old is the oldest living person right now? Let's Google that. I'm curious. How old is the oldest known living person? So if the oldest known living person right now is in like 105, 116, and 114. So there are two people on Earth that are almost 120 years old, 116. So if 116, what is 2023 minus 116? Would be 107 or be 7. So yeah, so this coin is 7 years older than the oldest person on Earth. So this predates all living humans. Pretty wild. And it's in the palm of my hand. Of course, I've got ancients behind me that predate all living civilizations, more or less. But it's still pretty wild to think that we were just looking at, John Boy on a television show at the beginning of the television age, referring to a historical time in his own show, and this was a big deal. And now it continues to pay a month of rent, as we learned earlier. It's still worth a month of rent in most cities, and it's older than every living human on Earth. Now, with all that information, who will give me $17.50 for it? That's the question. You've been married for 131 years, it seems like. Well, I was married for 14 years the first time and less than 14 months the second time. So you're on to something. You're doing it right. I'll say that. Hopefully. I hope you're happy because it sounds like you've been there a while. So, did anybody actually have any questions or topics, or do you want me to show some metal for sale? These are going to be interesting streams because they're not a nice, concise 2-hour auction. This is just me opening up the coin shop and doing what we're doing, which is talking about history and talking about coins and amazing facts and interesting things that we can learn along the way. And letting everybody get to know me and take a look at the inventory I have to offer. And we can go down those roads. Oh, something else I keep forgetting to mention. For those of you who are interested, I will do a quick bin item real quick. Everybody knows what a loop is, right? So a jeweler's loop would be a little doodad where you can look at things up close, right, with a 10x. If you do not have one, I have 2 lighted loops, brand new in the box, never been opened, LED loops, picture on the front. I would sell these for $15 each. If you need a really good up to 40x loop, let me put them on the item cam. I haven't even opened them. I don't want to take them out or mess them up. But I have these 2 loops available. If anyone needs a loop, maybe I can stack them in a way that they show nicely. And I have these for 15. So they do multiple, there's multiple lenses so that you can do 30 and 60. It's lighted. Very cool. And I have these for $15 each, just these last 2. The batteries are included. Primary lens is a 30 by 22. Secondary lens is a 60 by 12. It's got a switch to turn it on and off so that you don't have to have it lighted, but that can help a lot, especially in like a dim thrift store or pawn shop or whatever. Put the picture side facing forward. Do they have a price on them? No. So there are 2 of those available as a bin at $15. I'll go ahead and put that in chat just so it's in there for the record. Jewelers, stackers, loops. 2 remaining. $15 each. Just something if you wanted to put one in your wallet for when you get your metals and everything. Upside down pineapple. Well, we all know what that means, Chili. It means we're friendly. It means we welcome people who swing by here to check out the stream, doesn't it? That's what it means, right? And actually, pineapples are a southern symbol and a traditional colonial symbol of welcome, which is why you'll travel through the South and see these old antebellum mansions with their gateposts with watermelon motifs. Not watermelon, pineapple motifs on their gate posts and on their front doors. The modern meaning of a pineapple is a little bit sketchier and probably something you should go look up in the Urban Dictionary yourself, and we won't discuss it here. But yeah, I thought I saw where you were going with that, Chili. So I've really got to get a better camera for the product box. This is an older webcam. It's supposed to be high def, but it doesn't autofocus worth a poop. It's better. Magnifying, double magnifying, multiple. Great for identifying and looking at gemstones, gold, silver. I need to figure out why my microscope stopped working too. Let me find a piece of metal handy. There's one. Set it on there. Try to figure out why the microscope stopped working. And now it's working again. Well, bummer. And what you see there is not scratches on metal, but a plastic flip with metal inside it. And just to show you, I want to go back to the gold now. Now that I got the microscope to just randomly come back on. She is so good. Every little line in her feathers still there. 100 And what, 112 years old? Actually, not older than the oldest living human, who's 114 or 16. Actually close though, real close. About the same age as the oldest living human. Couple more years when those people are gone, this will have existed before anybody on Earth. Such an awesome looking, fierce looking eagle on them. $10. And as you can see, the little clips are just very gently holding the coin in. But I have a feeling that would cause just enough rim damage like you see at the top right there, just above the E, that it wouldn't grade perfect, but it certainly feels like it would grade in the 60s. It's just so good. The text, the writing. Looks like a little heart between states and of, but are just dots or stars, I guess. Or diamond cuts. Scar face. They always have a scar on their face because it's the highest point on the relief. But even her hair just glistens. Good stuff. I'm in love with that coin. For now, until when it comes that I'm more in love with. So, how much? How much for the 1911 gold piece for real, actually? I can let it go for $1,650. I said $1,750 earlier. I was kind of being facetious, but it is in an 18-karat bezel, and it is nearly flawless. And you've been watching me show you these coins at 1,500 raw, just, you know, random year kind of stuff. So I think that 1,650 with the bezel. I do have the weights on everything right here. I'll tell you, I wrote them down here somewhere yesterday on a piece of paper. Let me pull that out of my hat, Rocky. So the actual total weight of the coin in the bezel, I can't take it out of the bezel without bending and risking breaking it. That would be up to the new owner. But there's 20.9 grams total in the coin and bezel. The typical $10 gold coin is supposed to weigh 16.7 grams at 90% gold. And that makes the half ounce of gold in there just under the 90%. You do the math. The bezel, that means, weighs 4.2 grams of 18 karat. So basically you're looking at total combined 20.9 grams of gold, with the bezel being 18 karat, which is 75% gold, and the coin being 90%, as they did back in the day. So overall, total gold weight, I'd have to get out my calculator, but you're looking at roughly like far more than half an ounce because of the bezel, but not quite 3/4. So let's see, 16.7, 20.9, and if 4.2 is 75%, then we'll just call that 3.1 grams, or a tenth. And then the 16.7 coin at 90%, well, we know it's a half ounce of pure gold, so it would be another 15.6 or whatever, 19. So yeah, you're looking at like 18, just over half ounce of gold, 19 grams, something like that of gold. Pretty cool. But of course, you don't buy these for their gold weight at all. Try again. What did you notice? Oh, pineapple. Yeah, you noticed the pineapple. Hey, G-Dub, how you doing? Welcome in. Deborah just found a 2020 W bat quarter. All right. Maybe you should celebrate that by buying her another bat quarter. Maybe she needs to celebrate that win with one of these. Actually, the bats go upside down. Oh, come on. Focus, focus. I have the 5 ounce. Let's show it under here. So that's the 5 ounce American Samoa 2020. Do they put a mint mark on these 5 ounce ones? Let's check the back. I think that's just design marks there. Yeah. Yeah, they don't put a mint mark on them. In the capsule. Yep. The price of the Gold Eagle, the one that I've been showing in the bezel, try again. $16.50. For this guy, $160, which is pretty good. We'll let that silver sit behind that gold and really pop that gold out. Yeah, so honestly, I just got the gold and I'm pretty in love with it. But if you're interested in that gold necklace piece, as shown, $16.50 would take it home. The 5-ounce bats, I could let those go for $160. SGT says there was a lady that came into the LCS on Friday selling off her grandfather's Morgan collection and a few pre-33 gold coins. Waiting to hear from my LCS to see if they struck a deal. If he struck gold. If he struck gold, that would be awesome. I do have one other piece of pre-33 gold up here in one of these two boxes, which will be a little more affordable, a little bit smaller because it's only a $5 quarter instead of a... And it's not as nice, and it's not in jewelry. But that is another choice that I have. I'll show you. For those of you that are, while we're on the pre-33 topic. You have the 5-ounce bat, but what other 5-ouncers do I have? Well, quite a few. So we'll go to that in just a moment. I'm going to show this because I already have it in my hand. Here's the other piece of pre-33 I have in stock right now. This is an Indian head. It may have been cleaned or has just picked up dirt in the recessed portions of it since it's, oh gosh, I'm streaming and I can't talk out loud the word. You guys know the word for those where it's indented instead of raised. I can't say the word right now. I know the word. Come now, come now. So this is a $5 quarter. And the absolute lowest I could go on this, would be $5.80. Incuse. Thank you, Jeff. And hi, Jeff. How are you? Good to see you. That is absolutely the word. We all have probably the silver ones in our stacks. They're pretty common. Incuse Eagles. Or Incuse Indians, I mean. But this is a 1913. So 2 years newer than our big brother here. Big sister. But as you can see, diameter is a little relative. But the left one is a quarter. The right one is a half. Plus 18K of jewelry on it. So that's another option. Get it to catch it. There it is. So not nearly as nice, but still a really sweet piece of pre-33 gold. What other 5-ouncers do I have? So it depends on if you mean just 5 ounces of silver, because I've got all kinds of bars. Or if you mean like 5-ounce specialty pieces like the bats. And in that case, I probably only have a couple more to choose from. I sold my 5-ounce Libertad yesterday. Let's see. Here's a 5-ounce that's affordable. This is a 5-ounce Heracles from Argentia Mint, still in a mint sealed hologrammed thing, but I have to admit one end of it is kind of popped open at the edge there a little bit because this is kind of a heavy, clunky, thick piece, and it has corners that have popped right here. But in ATBs, I just have the bats. I sold a full set of gold-plated clad state quarters yesterday, but and I have probably got a few random ones in the boxes, but on 5-ounce quarters, I just have the bats. Let me double check that, actually. I might have... Where's those other big round ones? Hold on. Let's see. The American Liberty medal. No, that's not it. That's just a Premier Silver Proof set. I have a box here with some 5-ouncers in it somewhere. Let's see. I am looking through my inventory real quick, guys. Oof. These boxes are heavy. They're full of hundreds of ounces of silver, and I keep picking up the wrong one first, so still not there yet. There's a dozen boxes to grab here, but they're organized to a point. Oh, possibly right here. Okay. There. I forget what's in these boxes sometimes because there's hundreds and hundreds of pieces. This box is super heavy because it's all the 10-ounce and 5-ounce stuff. Let me go back to the face cam for a second here. Put this up on the table. It's going to cause an earthquake as I throw it on the table. All right, so in this box, 5 and 10-ounce stuff, hundreds of ounces, all in one box. The box very heavy. It's multiple pounds. But what are in these two, which is what I can't remember. I have these velvet boxes with big round coins in them. So this one, okay, so this one, the first one is a giant quarter eagle, magnificent design of the $100 platinum eagle on a giant quarter-pound silver proof. So it is the platinum eagle design, and it is 4 ounces of 999 silver layered in platinum. So this is a platinum coated 4-ounce silver specialty piece. Let's go to the little box here. Platinum coated, Liberty looking like Sylvester Stallone a little bit. But 1998, if that's a special year for you. Very nice. 4 ounces of pure silver coated in platinum, and it says so. Platinum layered 999 fine silver with a beautiful screaming eagle coming up out of it. That's one of the large coins I've got. That's not a quarter, but interesting and in the same sort of lane. Has a COA. The COA tells you about it. Washington Mint, of course, tends to make all this kind of random stuff. It is numbered 12954. See if they tell us a mintage. 10,000. Wait, so how can it be 12,954 if they only mint 100,000? So it's in the first 25%. 999 silver layered in platinum. A little story about the magnificent design of the $100 platinum eagle. Quarter pound of silver. It's a quarter pounder. So that is one coin that I have that's in a larger scale. I have another one next to it here, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, you've probably seen before, is the Susan B. Anthony gold plated. Yeah. So this one doesn't have any piece of paper with it, but this is an interesting one. Let's see. First of all, the face cam for the big parts comes in a green velvet box with gold trim, and it is the Susan B. or Sacagawea dollar, gold plated silver. In this case, also just checking 4 ounces. Let's go to the close up. So these are 4 ounce instead of the 5 ounce size, but in the case of the Sacagawea, gold plated to match the gold tone circulating dollars, and the other one is the platinum to match the $100 platinum coin. So 24 karat gold layered, 4 ounces of fine silver. So those are some large size, if you're into the large size coins, those are a couple options I have. If you're just looking for 5 ounce bars, well, let's stack up a bunch of those. I've got them. Oh, I also have, oh yeah, these are all 10s. Hundreds of 10s there. But if you're looking for 5 ounce bars in various price points, I got a handful of those here as well. different designs and prices. Yeah, so the whole collection video. You know what? We started to talk about that earlier. I think it was before you got here, SGT. We were looking at Sal's video over on the YouTube. We were looking at this. Sal's $200,000 worth of gold video that he did yesterday. But here's the thing. First of all, as these guys all tell you every time they do a full stack video, they're very time consuming. I don't have tremendous amounts of space here. If I showed you where I'm sitting and what kind of space I'm crammed into, there's not a lot of room to spread out all the stuff I've got. This box alone that I'm sort of putting 5 ounces back into as we chat. Let me try to hold it up without dropping it. It's super heavy. But this is, just in this box alone, if I can get it aimed the right way, the 2 green and blue boxes are in the blank spot in the corner, but everything else you see there is stacked about 4 or 5 deep, 10 ounce and 5 ounce bars. This box is making me grunt because it's probably, let's just take a quick guesstimate here, 300 ounces of silver in this box. And 300 ounces in pounds, Troy to Avidupropolis or whatever it's called, standard. I don't know what that is in pounds, but it's heavy as hell. Probably 30 pounds. To do a full stack video, and then you take something like this mess, which is equally full, and a couple hundred pounds of rounds. All of them, every single one is different. So if I want to spread them out like Sal did, I would need my whole living room floor, which is currently full of tables and cameras and light stands and microphone stands and a teleprompter stand and computers and cords going every which direction. It's pretty insane in here to produce what looks like a simple feed, but multiple monitors and speakers and so on. So I don't know where I would need like a ping pong table to spread out my collection, and I don't have one. I don't have the room. So the other option is to kind of go piece by piece, and that would be a 15-hour long video. So I haven't quite figured out how to do the full collection thing yet. But looking at Sal's, you know, that's impressive, but he said it took him like 30 years to amass that. And honestly, if you're doing a 10th challenge and you buy a 10th every month, what is that? So that's an ounce a year. Yeah, it would take you 200 years. So he's done really well. Hey, vote for Pedro. How you doing? Back from your mini vacation, unfortunately. Hopefully the leaving the vacation is the unfortunate part, and the mini vacation wasn't the unfortunate thing, like a hospital stay or prison or something like that. Because I know you, Pedro, you were probably out knocking over 7-Elevens and got busted. And you've probably been in the county hookup for a while. I bet that's what it was. Pedro's been out robbing 7-Elevens and had to go to jail for a little while. If it wasn't that, he was probably feeding homeless children or something really beneficial, because that's who he really is. Jeff Davis, good to see you. What is that? I missed some chat up here. Let me scroll back. Oh, the 2-ounce American Liberty silver high relief mintage metal was smoking. Yeah. The Liberty metals are cool. I have one right here. I fell in love with it. They're so expensive from the mint, though. Oh, nope, that's the proof set. This box is similar. But I just think this is such a gorgeous coin. I don't know what they're going for, but I love that it comes in a leather box instead of this velvet stuff. So you get the leather box and the piece of paper and all that packaging just for one tiny silver round in the middle. But the silver round is freaking great because it's this one, which I just love it. I love everything about this design. I think it's the most innovative design that the U.S. Mint has come out with in decades. I think that the saddle flying off the back of the bucking horse is just such a great piece of art. And I do think the font they chose was a little strange for the word Liberty, and it's a little strange how it's off center from the date. But overall, I love the piece of art. And I do love that they kind of tied in the sun, which goes all the way back, you know. The sun goes all the way back to some of the earliest stuff. Where did I have something that was here a second ago that was older? Well, like peace dollars and so many things have that sort of sun with the spikes. But I think this is such a great thing. I just feel like, and this is a proof, and everything about it's perfect. Everything about it's exactly right. Everything about the packaging is awesome. But is it really worth it? Is it really worth the money compared to just buying some Sunshine Mint rounds with your hard-earned cash? It's a tough call. You really got to love this stuff. You really got to be a collector. You got to really love that eagle eye. He's giving you the eagle eye. And I think Eagle on the Moon is in here. If we could throw this high enough, we could probably get it on the moon. But I do love him. I love this coin very, very much. As much as I sit here and question its value, the relief is extremely high on it. You can't really see that on cameras, but it does have such a great amount of detail up close. Actually, we can look at it over here and try to see the depth of that relief. Oh, the camera is just... There we go. Freezing and unfreezing. I think there's some kind of conflict with my microscope today. I'll just leave it alone. Maybe it'll come back. Maybe this cable's going bad. Let's try that one more time. You can kind of see how high it is. Where I noticed it the most was on the stirrups down here when you're holding it in your hand. They really seem to come up off the horse and into space off above the coin. Little spurs on his hooves and his fur spurs. His tangled up tail. Such great detail. I neglected his eyes a little bit in the design, but they're not bad. They're pretty fierce. Pretty cool. Yeah, buy and collect what you like. One of the other things I like about this particular package is that when you buy the ones that come in the boxes, very often you just leave them in the boxes. And I don't really have like a curio cabinet or display in my house, but if you did, it has like a slot so that you can either lay it in there in its little hole that it goes in, or you can stand it up and put it in its slot, which makes for a nice little display. So the Mint nailed it on this one. It's the best thing out of the U.S. Mint, in my opinion, in decades. But you got to ask yourself, do you feel lucky, punk? Is it going to go up in value? Do you care? Are you just buying it because it's beautiful? I used to own horses. I've owned 2 horses and a mule. So for me, a little bit sentimental to a point, an investment in a sense as a collectible to a point, and just like I said, I'm pretty thrilled with it as far as it being a nice design from the Mint, which are so few to choose from. I kind of, be honest with you, I love Morgans. I have 75 of them. I love peace dollars. I don't know how many I have, but I got a lot. When it comes down to it, though, I feel like issuing new Morgans and peace dollars is a cop-out. Design something just that good, like the Liberty Medal, for future history, right? Like, we have Morgans already. You don't need to do them again. Maybe on the anniversary, that's fine. 100th anniversary, they did that, but in 2021. But 2022, 2023, that's just being lazy. Make new designs, US Mint. That's my opinion. We get such beautiful coins from other countries. Take Australia. I mean, how many different kinds of wildlife do you need on a coin? They have all of them. You want koalas? We got it. You want kookaburras? We got it. You want platypuses? We got it. You want, they got animals. They got, other countries do, historic landmarks and things. Like, I feel like the U.S. just really cops out on the Statue of Liberty, reproducing old coins that have already been done. Proofs are new. Okay, fair enough. The packaging is a bit overkill, Trollfire. The much smaller boxes debatable on whether that's good or bad. Like, obviously it's good for the environment and good for waste, but I mean, it's not like you throw these away. So most people don't throw the boxes away, so I don't feel like the waste is as bad with them. And it does feel like if I was giving you this as a gift, the difference between giving you this nice box with its leather thing inside, its little slide out box, there's something substantial to that as a presentation piece. But is it necessary? I don't know. It's historically they've always done packaging, right? So like the Morgans from back in the day, lots of packaging. This is actually broken. It should have a hinge. But yeah, we did the Morgans already once. Do something new, right? That's my opinion. Leave the Morgans and the peace dollars to the Sunshine Mints and Golden State Mints to do replicas of from now on. Like, let's not muddy that. Let's do something new. Let's get, something American on a coin. What would that be? I don't know. The Seattle Space Needle, the Alamo, which isn't really American. It's technically here, but it, I mean, what could we put on coins? Obviously, our national landmarks, which they're doing that. Now, I'll give them the state quarters, but where's our silver, where's our gold that has that? I could rant about that. Producing beautiful coinage used to be a point of pride for nations. For many, it still is. The U.S. Mint, it hasn't been great since they stopped using silver. Just sad. That's very true, Pedro. Since they stopped using silver is about the time they started copping out on the designs and just doing repeats and nothing special. That's why I thought the Liberty Horse was so fantastic. The clad coin with the moon boot. That's a great coin. Make it in silver. I think they finally did. Make it in gold. And I don't know if it is it in gold, the space moon boot one. But that's a great design. Take China, I showed this on my first stream, but I'll show it again. It's such an amazing thing. China's mint, the government mint, they make stuff like this. Now, this is a big old box with rockets and Chinese stuff on it. And when you get inside it, they're not just putting, like, tired old stuff on there. This is every rocket and satellite on really fancy bars. I'll show you one. Just take one out at random here. There's a dozen in this box. But this is how a mint should do stuff. A custom shaped bar. Kind of looks like a dog bone. Tons of frilly, flowery, ornate scrolling. Something historic to their country. This is one for every launch and satellite and stuff in their space program. Beautiful etchings and engravings of their national landmark, the wall, plus the actual another rocket on the pad, and all the writing that they need to have, and what looks like a Star Trek ripoff at the top a little bit. I never noticed that before. But each one is different in the box. I believe this might be the only set of these in the United States. I've been unable to find any information about them at all. So I think I have something incredibly rare here in terms of being in America. They may be quite common in China. But it's just an amazing set. And if I bring it back up here, and then I go like this. Oops, this way. And then find the camera with it. You can kind of see it all the different designs. This is government. That one's the one I just took out. It's not in there right at the top. I'll put it in properly in a second. But special, right? Like, and this is a wooden box. This is not some cardboard with velvet on it, right? Like, this is a wooden box and painted and labeled, and every bar is gorgeous. And you may not be into commies, but I got to give them props on this silver bar set. I mean, and I don't speak Chinese, but I've Google translated this with my phone, and it comes with like this card. This card is not a COA. It actually it talks about the fact that the set is numbered. It's number 906. I'm guessing out of maybe 5 or 10,000 sets. But it tells like about their space program, and it's real flowery language when you Google Translate it. It also has a COA that's all in Chinese with all the weights and specs and inspections and commie stars on it and stuff. I think this might be the only one of these in the United States. But what I brought it out for was to point out it's made by the Chinese government. It's, it's gorgeous. And our government, it just makes such boring stuff. I wonder if I can pull up the Google Translate thing and tell you what this says, because it's kind of funny. It talks about like, it's almost like pornographic about space. Let's see, Google Translate, where are you? I took you all over the world with me to 16 countries. Why can't I find you quickly now? There it is. So with Google Translate, you can point your phone at something. I don't know if you guys knew this. Any foreign sign in the world, as soon as it finally starts. Okay. Chinese to English, camera. And if I can take a picture of it, I'll even try to put it up on the screen. Take a photo of words to translate. So will it work sideways? Come on. Okay, I've taken the picture, looking for the results, Chinese to English. I remember when I translated this the first time, it made me kind of laugh because, oh wait. Hold on, this might be better.
20. A. 2009. When the god's arrow is out of its sheath, the golden dragon shines on the moon. When the god 10 travels, the people of the country are excited. The Shenzhou 10 spacecraft is one of China's Shenzhou series of spacecraft, and it is the 5th Chinese spacecraft carrying astronauts. The spaceship consists of a propulsion module, a return module, an orbit module, and additional sections. After liftoff, it docks with the target aircraft Tiangong-1 and conducts a short manned test on it. After the docking is completed, the task will be to build a space laboratory. The mission will be to fill in the gaps of the manned rendezvous and docking technology of the Shenzhen 9. The spacecraft will carry 3
Okay, lady. So the point was the first sentence, it's like, when the god's arrow penetrates the solar system, and I'm just like, okay, can we be phallic more with our government minted silver about rockets? It's hilarious. When the god's arrows penetrate space. Thank you, China. Anyway, interesting set. Pretty expensive. Probably the only one in the United States. A little bit of dings and dents and scratches on the outside of the box. You can kind of see some wear on this back edge here, where it's rubbed against something in its storage and its life. I try to keep it pretty protected up on the shelf here, but it came to me a little bit worn. It may be... I don't really have a date on it. I don't think it's particularly super old. Probably 90s or 2000s. But not something you'll see every day. And just a great example of a government mint of the most diametrically opposed type in the world to our own, producing prettier China or prettier silver than us from their government mint. I wonder if the Chinese will come out with their top 12 hackers in a silver set. That would be hilarious. Well, we already have, Joe Biden on silver. We already have... Just kidding. Anyway, that would not be their top 12 hackers, just their top 12 promoters, I guess. But anyway, turn my phone back down before it starts ringing or something in the midstream. So other than being totally random, I've been on now for an hour and a half. Haven't really tried to sell you too much. If there's anything anybody is interested in shopping for, we can go that direction. I am going to take about 20 seconds away from the screen. Let me find something interesting for you to look at while I am gone, but I need to briefly go unload the iced tea. So I will put you back here. and let you look at the gold and think about those loops that I have at $15 each. I have the 5-ounce bats at 160. I would let go of the pre-11 gold, pre-33 gold, the larger piece, the Indian head half and the 18 karat bezel for 1650, and I would let go the Indian head $5 quarter for I believe the lowest I can go on that I said was 590. So I will be right back. China, Chinese loof balloons. Vote for Pedro wants a red one. When does the commemorative Chinese balloon round come out? But the bigger question is, which government would produce it? Ours, showing a F-15 Strike Eagle shooting it down or whatever? Or China, celebrating their great success with their God's balls penetrating America, as they like to write in their flowery prose about their coins they insert in their cards. When the God's arrows penetrate space. Oh, you kooky Chinese. So, anyway. Yep, no real particular plan for this show. I could go down all kinds of rabbit holes with you guys. Somebody just name a rabbit hole, and we will go there. If you're looking for product and thought this was something like a sale, well, it is that. It's a shop, right? So we're hanging out in a coin shop. Imagine this is, any of the coin shops that you see on YouTube where the YouTuber goes in and interviews the coin guy, only you're the YouTubers and I'm the coin guy, and I'm not that knowledgeable, but I'm learning. We can learn together. Let me give a shout out for Pedro. The next Wounded Warriors Project benefit is on Veterans Day, Saturday, November 11th, starting at 10 a.m. EST. He will post a video about it in a week or so. Let me ask you, Pedro, will that be broadcast on your channel or on MLZB's channel or Cash Money's channel or someone else? Feel free to dump all the info in there about that. As I was saying before you got here, and for those who've just arrived, I believe a rising tide raises all ships. I believe the precious metals community on YouTube is small and can grow. Yes, we have a couple of channels like Salivate with, what has he got, 25,000 subs or something? And he's probably one of the biggest. Let me scroll down a little bit and we'll find out. Oh, well, that's just his listing here. Salivate Metal, 71,000 subs. Probably the biggest metals channel there is. I don't know who's bigger, maybe Yankee, maybe Silver Seeker. But regardless, if there's less than 100,000 people on the biggest channels in our niche, and there's 7.5 billion people in the world, and there's estimated to be maybe 10% of Americans that stack any kind of metal at all, if it's even 10%, then there's still a couple 100,000 more people out there who don't know about YouTube yet. And we need to bring them to us no matter what channel they come in on. Because as you all know, you will see me at 15 other streams this week. You don't know what I watch, but I'm watching metal channels, just like you guys are watching metals channels and going to the streams and shopping in the auctions. I believe there's room for quote unquote explosive growth in the metals niche and the treasures and artifacts and history niche on YouTube. So, for those people who are wondering what the point of what I'm doing right now is, I am kind of establishing my position in that community as a shop for those folks who don't have a shop. If I don't have it, I will be able to get it. Chances are probably from the same kind of places you guys already know about, but not always. And especially if it's something unique or special. I do have a pretty good network at this point of dealers that I deal with that I can turn to. So I just want to help, you know. And in the meantime, I have an abundance behind me of 10th gold. I should have been looking at you during all of this speech. I have an abundance behind me of gold in fractional sizes, bars and tenths. Couple quarters left that haven't sold. I've got some more coming. I've got silver in every size from actually the smallest piece of silver I have. I found it this morning and I set it aside because I don't even know where I got it. I think I actually bought this for like $1 on eBay just to see what it was. But this little tiny dot in the corner of this bag isn't even a whole gram. It's 0.3 of a gram of silver, and it's stamped with what's either a starfish or a pot leaf. Probably a pot leaf. And that's the smallest piece of silver I have. Yep, it's a cannabis leaf. 0.3 of a gram. This thing is so small that I'll give you some perspective. Here's the tip of a standard size Bic pen coming in giant next to it. This is a, just a big, regular old sort of Bic round pen, right? Like Bic round pen with a cap on it. And just to point at that little doodad with the cap, you can see how microscopic it is. That's my smallest piece of silver for sale. It's $10 million. And then I have, all the way up to 10-ounce pieces, I think is probably my largest in terms of what I have on stock. But I have lots of it. So I have silver in all different kinds and sizes, collectibles, generics. I lean towards the bullion, so coins of the world, the kooks, the koalas, the Krugs, the Britannias, the stuff like that, pandas. I have a ton of the kind of stuff that's like germanium mint, so, series stuff, aliens over this and that. The various mythological figures that are coming out on various coins right now. Specialty pieces like the Fenrir and the double capsule. I have stuff in TEPs. I have things like the Liberty I showed you, which are boxed things. Huge amount of Morgans. Quite a few random American, quarters and dimes and seededs and barbers and so on. All very kind of random. Oh, is he bidding the 0.3 of a gram for 10 million? Cool. I take Venmo, Cash App, and personal jet delivery for $10 million. If you just want to, swing by on your jet, and maybe we'll, go out for lunch in Tahiti, get some seafood. Yep, I take PayPal, but you got to add 4%, so that would be 10,400,000 for PayPal. And if you think about it, if somebody sent $10 million to another person on PayPal, why they would do that, I have no idea. But let's say they did in this weird new influencer Bitcoin, crypto economy. Somebody sends $10 million to somebody else on PayPal, they'd have to pay $400,000 in fees. That's insane. Pesos. I have 1 dose pesos in gold handy. I could sell. This box, I think. I have silver pesos of a few different sizes. Nope, this is tenths. Lots of gold, all different kinds of gold in here. Just random. And then the tenths are, you guys have seen me show these, but it just looks so good lined up like that. All the 50 tenths. But let's see, you asked about pesos. Pesos I have right here. I do have a pesos handy. I've got a Dos Pesos coin here. It's basically Oh, it's interesting. We're in the song where he's saying, "If only you could show me silver and gold," which is exactly what I'm doing. Bright, shiny silver and gold. This is a curated playlist. I'm not going to make you guys sit and listen to YouTube freebies on repeat for the same song for 3 hours. That drives me nuts on the other shows. Add a little variety. So I went and hand selected music for the shows that actually are about silver and gold and stuff. Or they're just pleasant instrumentals. And a couple that are just fun. Yeah, typical Dos Pesos. I can let that go for 130. We can put him on the microscope because it's not very good on the big screen. He's they're smaller. Oh my gosh, the microscope is doing the thing. It's just being a real pain today. Switch off it, switch back to it. Maybe I should stop it from deactivating when it's not on. Bear with me. Let's try to bring the microscope back to life. Well, let's turn off the deactivate when not showing thing, and maybe that'll help. And sorry for the flashing, but the microscope is being a real dick today. It's showing up. There we go. So the Dos Pesos is actually a pretty nice piece. Oh, it's frozen though. It just happened to catch it once. One more try. All right. It seems like it works great all night. And then, when I'm testing and recording, then as soon as I start a live stream, it fails. It's hard to show these with the clear because it tries to focus through the 3D of it. Well, this may not be that interesting anyway. Nobody's saying, hey, I'll take it, I'll take it. I guess you'd like to be able to see it first. All right, it's making me irritated about the microscope, though. While we're on that screen, let me unplug it and plug it back in again. Yeah, it's working. I think the cable's bad. Plug it back in. Come on. You can do it. Live, on stream. Plug it in. Select PC camera mode. Say OK. Let's put the coin on there. Let's go back to it and see if it lights up. Nope. Well, that's just super weird. And it's acting like the camera's not on the computer at all. But it is. Oh, frustrating. All right, I must have a bad cable. That's all I can guess about on that one. So anyway, Dos Pesos. No microscope for you. Decent little Dos Pesos, though. They're all about the same. They're circulated. About 1.5 grams coin. 90%, so a little under 1.5 grams of gold. And I could do 130 on that. Trollfire, you go get her done. Take care of that family. Aunt Frey, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. We're just hanging out. We're just chilling. We're doing the local coin shop thing, drinking coffee and tea and talking about history and coins and our interests and our... So why don't each of you in chat tell me what your favorite personal stack piece is? What your not what you seek and buy. I'm not asking you what can I sell you. I'm asking you what do you already have. Like for me, clearly right now it's the one I was showing you earlier, which is my 1911, necklace piece, right? We talked about that to death, but that's clearly one of my top pieces right now in historical metal. So each of you tell me what's your favorite piece in your collection, and I'll get to know you a little. We'll just do some getting to know you stuff. Tell me what your favorite piece is that you own already. And for me, it might not even be metal, actually, because as you guys know, I also have some paper currencies that go pretty far back in time. And we've never even talked about those yet on my stream at all. I've done a video or two about the paper. But I'm real curious what you guys like as individuals. Like, vote for Pedro. He and I have a relationship now in the streams, and that goes back to the beginning of my appearance in the community. And I happen to know we both share a love for ancient coins. In fact, he gifted me a very beautiful silver one, which I keep right on the top. It's probably right here. I keep it handy all the time because I'm always showing it to people. But this was a gift from Vote for Pedro to me, which I won't sell. This is a silver drachm. So and it's historic and it's thousands of years old and from the year 356 to 323 BC. So it's from before Christ, right? Like we're talking about a coin that predates Jesus. So in the Bible. So this is a prized possession of mine. It's always on top and handy so I can look at it. And it was a beautiful gift from Pedro when I was new in the community and started making videos about these. So for you, so I'm getting some answers now. Darren just says silver round. So he's pretty much, yeah, just give me the metal, stack it high, sell it cheap. Aunt Frey says that's a tough one. Probably her 1895 Morgan. I can relate. I love my Morgans. G-Dub says he has an 1899 Morgan. So we got Morgan crowd in here, huh? Is that how it is? Well, let's get that box out and blow everybody's mind. Oh, here's a fun piece, though. Okay, there's absolutely nothing valuable about this piece of paper. It's worth $1. This is a $1 bill that's worth $1. But I have been carrying it in my wallet, and I can tell you what year I got it because it's the year my daughter was born, although it's completely unrelated to that. 1992, I got this dollar in change at a gas station. It's been stamped, as you often see, like the Where's George, and you can go to the website and type in the serial number and find out where your dollar bill has been. This one says, I grew hemp. And if you've ever been to Mount Vernon in Washington, or on the Potomac outside Washington, D.C. in Virginia, George Washington did, in fact, grow hemp on the property. They made lots of things out of hemp. Hemp oil, hemp rope. They ate it. I mean, all kinds of things. So I love that I have a bill with George saying that he grew hemp. And I carried it in my wallet. It's all creased up. But I carried this in my wallet for close to 30 years. And when I finally got all this, business stuff going and had currency sleeves and things around, I finally moved it into one so that it wouldn't ever become damaged. But that's a personal favorite of mine that's worth exactly $1. It's not even special, but it's hilarious. Somebody took the time to make the stamp and sit around and hammer a bunch of dollar bills and put them out into circulation. And one ended up with me, and I'm up there with Cheech and Chong and Snoop Dogg and Willie Nelson in my proclivities. So for probably 32 years, Aunt Frey. Let me see if it's dated. I remember I got it the year my daughter was born. That's something that just kind of stuck with me, but it's not related to her being born. Yeah, it's a 91. So it wasn't even old when I got it. Just a fun thing. Yeah, it's in a pile of currencies from around the world, from my world travels. Some of them I bought, like this is a Argentinian one that I bought or got in a GA or something. But this is all paper money from leftover from my actual travels around the world to Asia and Europe and South America stuff. And I've got the requisite silver certificates in $2 bills, tons of those. I can sell you $2 bills if you're looking for $2 bills. I have $2 bills. I have silver certs. I have a bunch of those. Just like this is a big thick currency folder full of blue label silver certs. I have the big label, the big horse blanket ones compared to a regular dollar. Try to get one of these dollars to show a scale. So the old dollars that are much smaller than, or the bigger than the new ones. One that's in a plastic thing. A larger blue label silver certs. This is a Carson City check for gold, which was from, I don't really have a date on it, but it's the Carson City Savings Bank at a time when you could redeem a check for gold. $100 red label. I've got another one of these coming in the mail right now. These are pretty special $100 bills. They're red seal. Not a particularly interesting serial number, but it's from 1966. So 2 years older than me, but it's a red seal 100 collectible. Then you can get into the really old $1 bills. Really, really old $1 bill there. Let's see what the date is on that bad boy. Can you imagine carrying these big old things around in your pocket all day? They're the size of my head. I mean, let's see where the date is on this guy. And that's kind of funny how that works too. I'll show you why I say that in a second. But first, let me find the date on this thing. 1917. So this is a $1917. So you'd have been walking around with one of these and one of these. A 20 and a 1 in 1917. And you'd have had enough money to eat and pay your rent for a month. Because you could probably eat for the dollar for the month if you bought groceries and cooked rice and stuff and potatoes. But, I mean, $21. This is a month. People only made $300 a year. Crazy. 23 $1 in 1899. This is the $1. What did I say was 1917? Yeah, it's the $1917. The next up, newer one was the silver certs. Payable to silver cert. Not exactly a dollar. It's a silver cert. Man, we got to work on the lighting in here, but the daytime lighting is so much different than the nighttime. Where's the date on these guys? I can't find it. On this side? Oh, it's got to be the teens. Anybody know where the date is on these things? Did they date them? Surely they. A series of, yeah, 1899. So whoever said 1899, you nailed that. Aunt Frey, this is in fact in 1899. This is a 1917. So at 18 years difference, they changed up quite a bit. Try to cut that light glare, but anyway. And what I was laughing about, what's funny to me, is that in the 1800s, we're making our bills, you know, the size of your damn head that, you know, covers my whole face up, right? But not too long before that, in colonial times, we were making fractional currency that's smaller than a trading card or a business card. So, like, make up your minds. Do we want really tiny paper money? Do we want really big paper money? Or do we want mama bear money, which is just right? You know? Like, it just makes no sense to me how that wasn't more consistent for a longer period of time, like from the beginning or whatever. Here's the size of money that's convenient. But convenience changes from when you're wearing pocket watches and waistcoats and overcoats to where you're wearing, you know, Nike shorts and a North Face with one pocket. So, just interesting to me though. And the one that's in the card here, what did it turn, or in the heavy plastic display thing, what did it turn out to be here? 1923. Let me see, when was my dad born? 26. So this would be 3 years older than my father was. So he probably carried this around, this kind of money, which is big. It's big money still, remember? So my dad, in my dad's lifetime, we went from the big bill to the little bills. Interesting to me how that changes, and I'll have to do a video and dig in, because I don't know, like, why they made the decisions, right? Like, not just, oh, hey, look, in 23 or 26 or whatever, whenever it was, 1930, whatever, we started making smaller ones, and that's how you know if it's old or not. But why? Why did we change the size? There had to be a reason. Was it to save money on the linen paper? Was it because people's wallets got smaller because of lack of cow leather? I mean, like, why did we make smaller bills? Why did we have them so big in the first place? That's a video I need to do because I'm curious about it myself. And that's how I end up coming up with video ideas. It's like, why is this way? They were big for a long time, like decades they were big. Then all of a sudden, now they're little, and those are silver certs, so those are still old, right? They're not too long after the 30s. The top one is a series 1935, in fact, right? So by the 35 versus the 20s versus the 30s, you know, basically we go from the big to the small. But back in colonial times, this is a 5 and 10 cent fractional colonial currencies, super small. And oh, actually they're not in the same. I thought they were in the same holder, but they're not. And we'll get into those in a video at some point, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time looking at them. But then you take the world money, and a world money all tends to be about the size of our dollar. This is $100, 100 somethings Greek, I think. I'm not sure what this is from. I can't read it. It's all in a foreign language. I think that's Greek. This, you know what country this is from. You know who that guy is. You won't see much of this in the United States, but you'll see a lot of fake United States money in their country, North Korea. You don't get much North Korean money over here. Pretty cool. And then probably one of the highlights of my collection, which I did a video about 3 weeks ago, the 1776 20 shilling piece, which is graded and super special. Says to counterfeit is death on the back. And I cover that in a whole video. But this is from printed on January 1st, 1776, 6 months before our country became a nation. Released the same day that Thomas Paine released Common Sense, which began the rumblings of the Revolutionary War. And this money was printed the same day it came out. That's history. And I love it. Super cool. Now, we were going somewhere with this whole story. I was asking people what their favorite pieces were, and I started showing you some of mine while I waited for your answers. So let's see what else people... Oh, and then we were going to go look at Morgan's next. We'll find a place to put these where they'll be safe. That's fine. Oh, more stuff underneath that pile. What is this stuff? Oh, an uncut sheet. Anybody else do uncut sheets? Uncut sheets, they're not all that valuable. You can still buy them from the mint poster size. But this is 4 $1 bills with a thing about Washington and a little book. Great for kids to collect. World Reserve Monetary Exchange, The Wisdom of George Washington. Uncut bills from series 2003. Yeah. So those are just some $2003 bills. They're now 20 years old, so they're starting to age. Doesn't take things long to get old, including me. Oh, and there was a stock certificate in there from the... Is it dated? 1959 stock certificate that actually came free with that colonial note that I bought. The guy sent this stock certificate for McKesson and Robbins Incorporated. And I tried to find out what kind of company that was at one point. But whatever it was, these were $18 per share of common stock, with this certificate representing shares at the par value of $9 each in 1959. And whoever owned it had 50 shares of whatever this company was. A Maryland company called McKesson and Robbins. Interesting to find out what that was. Canceled stamp from Gettysburg from 1963 on a postcard. Like a tourist thing, they give you a postcard, cancel a stamp in 1963. Just weird little bits of paper that sort of fall into the realm of stuff like currencies and history and so on. Hey, Big Apps, what's happening? Let me check in on chat because I did ask you all a question and then kind of went off on a tangent. Let's see what's going on over here. So let's go back to the top of the favorites conversation. We were asking what is everybody's favorite piece in their whole collection, and then I got to read Pedro's messages. So first of all, Pedro was talking about the World Wounded Warrior benefit on Veterans Day, Saturday, November 11th, starting at 10 a.m. EST. It will be hosted on Can Collecting's channel. Silver Dragons, Yankee Stacking, AG47 Recon, Steve Looking for Silver, Tres Amigos, Ike's Girls, Snoopy, Breach, Shroom Day, all will be selling. Let's see. Then that's good to know. So watch for that coming up in November, on November 11th. I'm sure Pedro will keep making videos and announcements on all the channels, as well as all those names that I read off. You got some big names involved this year. That's good. Maybe a little too late for me to get involved, but and I may be way too small a channel compared to Can, Silver Dragons, and Yankee Stacking, and so on. But if I can help, let me know, and I'll continue to promote it on my channel. It's a good cause. Let's see. So, asking people what was their favorite things. Pedro says he never sells from his stack, but call him. I'm kind of the same way. Jeff Davis, interested in early U.S. coins and 1700 coins used during colonial times. So definitely you'll want to look at some of the videos I put out on some of the pieces I just showed you to get more information about those periods of history and the currencies and coins they used. Darren Gray says he likes lots of gold. Let's see. That's where I left off because that's when Troll went to go do honeydews. So who else? Let's see. For Pedro, things that make you go, His favorite things, well, as I know, Greek for him, Alexander the Great Drachma, still gives me shudders to hold a coin over 2,300 years old. Isn't that the truth? Which is why that's one of the first ones I picked up was your gift to me, the pre-biblical, pre-Christ silver drachma. It's just beautiful. First ever coin collector was Augustus Caesar. Actually, maybe, but there were certainly coins far before him. In fact, the drachma is a perfect example. Way before Caesar. He was one of the first people to popularize putting faces on them, actually. So that during the Roman times, that's kind of when we went away from animals and shapes on coins to people and faces. They got sophisticated enough to strike, people. I could pull down ancients and show you, but I could show you ancients older than Caesar, right? So, Darren says he loves Morgans. And then we went off on a tangent with paper currency. And then we got to a few people saying they like Morgans. Do I have any 21 peace dollars I'd be willing to part with, says Pedro. By 21, do you mean the modern 2021? Or do you mean the real thing, from 1921? And if that's the question, I would have to get that box down and dig and find out. Jeff likes half cents and large cents and Virginia half pennies are some of his favorites. Those are unique. Interesting thing about having the half cent, large cent, Virginia half pennies, and Massachusetts cents as your favorites are you actually identified coins that are neither silver nor gold. So some of the more interesting things that I'm learning about people are that not all of you are all about the precious metals. Some of you are actually about the historic metals, which was kind of the intention for this channel, was that I would go teach myself all about those things and along the way make videos of what I learn and share it with you. And it turns out to be more complicated than I thought. Not so much the making videos, but the finding information that's accurate and doesn't conflict from site A to site B about what they think happened or was, the case of the times. Let's see. Darren Gray says he has refraction currency. Pretty rough. Big Apple Stacker says currency. What? And folks are still rolling in. So we've been here online now for 2 hours. What's happening for those of you that are just getting here, Deborah Waltz, good to see you, is that I'm basically just streaming without a cause. I'm filling a gap during the day with an attempt to be sort of a local coin shop for people who don't have one. A place where you can come in and bring your cup of coffee, and I'll bring my coffee or sweet tea, depending on the time of day and my mood. We'll talk about what we love. We'll buy, sell, and trade with each other and with me. You want a coin from Augustus Caesar? Well, Darren, when it comes to ancients, anything with Caesar on it, particularly the one that you've seen on Pawn Stars, which is the Ides, you know, it's been on TV too much. They're too expensive. If you want a coin like a coin from Augustus Caesar, then you can get them starting at $35 or $40. But you won't find a Caesarian coin for anywhere near that. So these are, you know, this whole box. Open box. Come box, open your box. I have a few I have a box plus a few, and more coming, actually. I bought some more last weekend, but these are all sort of Roman, Byzantine era, depending. Romans, Byzantines, two different eras, very close together. But all of them are Roman, and all of them are from the time of Caesar. But understand, Rome, like the United States, is 265 or 70 or whatever years old now. They ran for hundreds of years, right? When you think about it, Caesar was kind of the Trump of his time, like a blip in the history, right? So if Trump is important for 10 years of politics, 2 terms, maybe a couple years on either end of campaigning and being an old president, and he's dead, right? So take that in the context of a 300-year-old nation, right? Like from whenever we first landed in Plymouth, you know, and started being pilgrims and then becoming colonies and becoming a country and having wars. You know, when you think about it, Caesar's a big deal, but some of the other Roman emperors did more, accomplished more, were more important to Rome than Caesar was. So, you know, you just take any random president, and if they get 2 terms, they get a pretty long lifespan in the history of our country in terms of importance. But a 1-term president, you know, like, you know, Bill Clinton, right? So Bill Clinton had his 4 years or whatever, and, you know, in and out, writes a book, goes on the talk show circuit. But in the grand history of our country, he's not going to be on Mount Rushmore, right? That's a reserved spot for just a handful of really important dudes, you know, like Washington and Lincoln. Absolutely either built the country or ripped giant band-aids off the country and changed the course of our direction forever, in the case of like ending slavery and pulling back together the North and the South. We could have been 2 countries right there, and we were just a stone's throw away from being 2 countries. It could happen again, you know. Maybe California and Oregon decide to peel off and become the Pacific Northwest or whatever they would call their America, you know. But when it comes down to it in history, going through this line of forgotten rulers, you know, and for this one, I'll actually nerd out a little bit. But these coins date over hundreds of years, but they're all from Rome, right? So you got like Gallienus, Claudius, Aurelian, Tetricus, Probus. These are all the names of emperors. They were like presidents in a way. Constantine. Now, Constantine was important, and I've got several of his. Diocletian. Another house of Constantine. Issue as Caesar. Okay, so here's about as close to a Caesar coin as I'm going to have in my collection. Nope. That microscope is shot. I don't know what's going on there. So as you can see on this one, I'll show you the coin, and it's got basically Caesar on it. Right? I think that's Caesar. It's kind of hard to tell because I don't read Greek, but we'll look at the description in just a moment. And on the back, like I said, they didn't start putting people on them until kind of throughout this period of Roman history. Before that, they had animals and shapes and mythological beings and things. That's got actually a building, which is pretty interesting, right? Like, it's got a building on it. That's on the back of the coin. But what this is it's from the Roman Empire, from the house of Constantine. So, in AE3. So, Constantine II was interesting because he's also the first ruler, as I recall from my reading, that was the first one to put not only was it a period of time when it was the first coins to have faces on them at all, because they finally got sophisticated enough to make that kind of thing, but it's also the first time was Constantine, I think, who was a ruler who put someone else's face on his coins. So issue as Caesar as Constantine II, but he's issuing it as a Caesarian coin. So it's not him on it, as I recall. And then there's these Constantine II ones I've got, and I'm going to have to go look up my history on this because to some degree I'm forgetting some details. But there's one in here where it's like Constantine II, but it's Constantine I on the coin. There's another one of those issue as Caesars, right? These aren't the same coin, are they? Yes, they are. House of Constantine, AE3, or the buy half of Sentinel. So this is a Sentinel on here. Oh, come on. These are hard to get. Right, he's got a helmet on. To have Centennialis. Constantine Gallus, issue as Caesar. I have to look that up real quick because I think I'm screwing up my facts. Stand by. Gold Sniping Farmer won't be going live. Sorry you're not feeling well, but good to see you. I have a wallet here for you, by the way. For those of you who are coming in, and I did read off the wallets at the beginning. If you haven't received a tracking number from me or a package already from a prior show, I have a wallet for you here. Don't forget that. So let's see here. If I look up ancient coin, and we'll do the research together. This is, kind of the point. We're going to figure things out so that I don't tell you lies or make stuff up or misremember or forget. There's where we were looking at Sal's amazing stack earlier. It's very impressive. Don't be jealous. You two can get there. Plus, all of that's probably just like actually chocolate coins that he laid out on a table to fool you with, I think. I'm just kidding. So, ancient coin issue as Caesar. I know I looked this up before, and it explains how, like, to honor Caesar, they issued as Caesar. Let's see. Yeah, I think that might be the only hit. Numisma Club. It doesn't say. What did... Okay. Let's ask ChatGPT then, the backup plan. What does issue as Caesar mean on ancient Roman coin slabs from NGC? Indicates the coin was minted during the time when the depicted individual held the title of Caesar, but before they became Augustus or Emperor. Well, see, there you go. That's facts I didn't know. Caesar was a title. Augustus Caesar was Emperor title. So in ancient Rome, the title Caesar originally referred specifically to Julius Caesar. However, following his assassination... Oh, so issue as Caesar is these guys were emperors, but before they became emperors, they were Caesars, which was a name given to them, I guess, in tribute after the assassination and establishment of the Roman Empire. Caesar became a title, something like prince or heir apparent. So while Augustus was reserved for the reigning emperor. Okay. So after Caesar, they used Augustus and Caesar as new words. So an Augustus was an emperor. Caesar was like a prince. So these guys could issue coins. So if a coin is labeled as issue as Caesar, it means the coin was minted during the time when the depicted individual was recognized as a successor or potential successor to the current emperor, but had not yet taken on the primary title of emperor. This distinction can be significant for numismatists and historians because it can help to more precisely date the coin and provide context. So going back to the coins, now let's look at them with that newfound knowledge. So on this particular one, the first one I have in my hand here, Roman Empire, House of Constantine. So House of Constantine would have been all the people that were in the House of Constantine would have been emperors or Caesars. This one was Constantine Gallus, who issued while he was emperor as a Caesar. So this is him as the emperor in the year 351 to 354. Only 3 years. So again, we talk about the history of a 300-year nation, and this guy got 3 years of airtime and coinage. But that's, 351 to 354, just to pick up the stack here and find one adjacent to that. 276 to 282, 271, 274, 270, 275, 268 to 270. All of these coins predate basically 350 AD. So if that one goes from 351 to 354, and I'm looking for one that's sort of right next to it here in time, 337, 337, perfect, got it. So the guy before him on the left is a coin from 337 to 350. Now remember, I guess we do an AD, so counting upwards, not downwards, or downwards, not upwards, right? So actually 337 AD is older than 351 AD. And the point being, coin's very similar. The images, it's very similar. Here's a guy in a helmet. Here's a guy in a different kind of helmet, more decorative. It's kind of hard to make out. He's a little bit worn. But they're both House of Constantine, both issued by Gallius, but the one on the left, he was finally the emperor. It's a little bit newer. When he issued this by half, he was still just a Caesar, an Augustus and a Caesar. What was it? Which order did they go in? So an Augustus is an emperor. So issue as Caesar. Okay, so in one of these, he wasn't the boss yet. And in the other, he was. And again, I have to spend more time writing and thinking to get the details 100% correct. But that's kind of what's going on. And then when they say the coin is by Numis, the coin, back to ChatGPT to do some learning together. So the coin is by Numis. What's that mean? Because a lot of them say that. And that's a coin denomination from the late Roman Empire. Originates meaning from bi and numis, referring to the numis coin. Therefore, a bi numis is worth 2 numi. The numis, often called the AE1, AE2, AE3, or AE4 based on size, with AE1 being the largest, was a small bronze coin introduced in the late 3rd century AD during the reign of Emperor Diocletian. Over time, inflation and other economic factors led to a variety of numite denominations, with binumites being one such variation. When studying or collecting late Roman coins, it's essential to understand these various denominations because they provide valuable insight into the economic challenges and changes the empire faced during this period. So, I actually have terrible memory, but on my YouTube channel, which is called HistoricMetals, in case you didn't know that because you're currently watching it, I do have a video about this where I took the time to write down the information and actually get it right. And some of that same information is in there. So if you actually do have a deep interest in this sort of thing, then go over to my channel, go to the videos, down in the videos section. It's one of my older ones. Quality's not that great, but here it is. It's got the colorful map on it. That time when Roman coins ruled the world. And I get into the details and some of the specifics of how the denominations worked, what they were worth. Hopefully this won't make sound. Yeah, it's muted. And I try to get into, close-up pictures of some of them. I didn't have as many at the time. I think I cover the widow's mite in here, and there's the Byzantines and what they were used for, how they were designed, who made them, how they were made, and I cover all of that in a long form video that's about 14 minutes long. So you may want to check that out, as well as some of the other videos on my channel, to get some of this information in a more concise fashion. I also talked about the Greek drachmas that I showed that Vote for Pedro had sent me the gift. This is the video where I unwrapped that gift a year ago, and of course read the letter from him. So there are videos on my channel that are worth kind of poking at. We talked about everybody here being Morgan fans. I have a video, is the CC Morgan the coolest coin in America? I believe it might be. We'll find out. And so on. And I'm continuing to make more now. So I'm getting back in the saddle on content videos. And that's something to hopefully engage you. Most of my videos are listenable. So like if you're taking a drive, pop them on the car stereo. You don't so much have to watch them for the visuals. I haven't got that visual yet with most of them. But these are all pretty cool. If you're interested in ancient coins, I have ancient coins starting at $35. They'd be basically a random pull at that price. And I'll just make sure it's not one of the ones that's worth 100 or more, because some of them are. Specifically because of who's on them or what they're made of or whatever. Quality and condition. All of them are NGC verified as real and valid. Some of my favorites are these ones that say, like this one here, which it says, which I need to go investigate more about, the Roman Age of Chaos. Like what was going on that they literally called it the Age of Chaos? Could it have been as bad as our world is now in 253 after the death of Christ, Anno Domini? I mean, 268. I was born in 1968, so this is 1700 years older than me. Not a very well struck piece. They hammered them. They used a hammer, and they're not straight. They're not 100% round. They also clipped a lot. You guys know about coin clipping. And then debasement, right? So if you also go through these coins from front to back by year, they become less valuable per metal alone because of the debasement that was going on as each succeeding emperor made the coins less and less copper, less and less bronze, you know. Now, some of them have very similar pictures from totally different time periods. So, for example, this is a coin from 253, and it's got a guy with kind of a spiky helmet, what's left of him on the face there, kind of a spiky crown. And then you change years by 25 years, and we're still doing the spiky crown. So you can kind of see the similarities in the rim and the face of these two coins, but they were made 70 at the very least 10 years apart, and on their backs similar patterns. So they were consistent for a while. Like, it wasn't like everybody just made up their own coin along the way. These would have been recognizable, you know. These would have been traded between regions. And that's another thing that was going on, was these areas of Rome had different rulers, like city-states, and they would have their own coinage. And kind of like our colonial currency, it became a little bit of a cluster to try and sort out. But it was all bronze until they started debasing it. And it was like, okay, as long as you've got, 4 grams or whatever they called their weights of bronze, you're good to go. It might be 3 coins, it might be 5 coins. It's enough weight of the metal to make the deal. So, yeah, thanks, Vote for Pedro. Let's check back in. And Darren says he hasn't missed one. Well, you've, set the bar pretty low. I've only done 2. But what kind of metal are they? Predominantly bronze. And as you can kind of see that in the coloring here, it's very bronzy, right? Like, here's a pretty bright one that I just happen to have in my hand. Very bronzy. Some of the darker ones are just because they're old, right? But they're still basically bronze. But also, again, as they debase the metal, and debasement, for those of you who don't know, is not just the place under your house. Debasement is when you take something like a silver coin and decrease the purity. So as Vote for Pedro is pointing out in chat, the decline of the Roman Empire shares a direct correlation to the Romans continuously reducing the purity of their coins. History tends to repeat itself, so we used to have pure gold coins, like this one. And then along the way, we had silver coins, like this one. And then after that, things got a little weird. And we started making clad coins with copper in them and silver and percentage based. And then we started sinking that to where we ended up with copper pennies. And now they're not copper anymore, right? That's debasement. And debasement is what leads to things like the countries that now have literally got plastic coinage. It exists. It's out there. It's like a ceramic plastic. It's not like you could just make one out of an old Coke bottle. But it's basically light. And there's aluminum coins out there in history as well. People have tried all kinds of things to make currencies cheaper. Let's get these LED loops out of the way. By the way, I do have these loops at $15 each. They're brand new in the box. They come with the batteries. They're 30 by 60x dual lens lit loops. Very nice. Excellent stuff if you need a loop to look at your ancients with. Good time to throw that out there. So we were kind of making our way towards Morgan's during this conversation. We've just been all over the historical map. But yeah, to answer your question, Darren, for the most part, bronze and silver. They also had gold and silver coins. What you're looking at in my hands are predominantly bronze. And due to the debasement, they became less and less of all of those things over time. So we were going to get the Morgan tray out. Where's the Morgan tray? Speaking of Morgans, I'm starting to spread things out all over the place like I do during these streams, and then it gets a little confusing as to what is where. And also 21 peace dollars. We're going to check on that for Pedro. All right. These are where the peace dollars might be, along with Libertads and ASEs. What is this right on top? Unfortunately, it's 22 peace dollar. Let's see. 6. Just real quick, checking for the peace dollar because I happen to have them in my hands. It's like 25. 22. It looks like I got a ton of 22s. 26, 22, 23, 23, 25. Those 21s, though, I'll tell you what, they're not easy. You got 22 through 26. Looks like just a glance. Are there any in these slabs? These are all ASEs. Slabs, ASEs. Libertads. A couple commemoratives. Really sweet that I forgot I owned. Yep. Nope. No 21s today, Pedro. But I'm sure we can find them. Yes, Ronald. They did use silver and gold back then. Those are really hard to find. And very, like, we're talking tens of thousands of dollars, kind of expensive when you do find the gold. So. All right, let's go to Morgan's here. All right, Morgan's. So Morgan's are one of my favorite things. They're on my short list of favorite things. Let me put a few things aside here. So from a Morgan's perspective, ancients for a bit. Boy, I'm a terrible salesman. I'm supposed to be selling you all this stuff. It's not just my collection. It's all inventory as well. Morgan's. This whole box is Morgan's and slabs and cards, as you can see in the corner, and boxes. I have everything from kind of state-of-the-art CC, uncirculated, high dollar, I got a lot of Morgan's. Let's go Morgan's. So in the CC boxes collection, graded by NGC or ungraded, I have at least 1, 2, 6 of them. Different years, all Carson City GSA mint stuff. Some of them less expensive than others. Some of the most expensive coins in my collection. I'll give you an example of one of those. The first 3 I come across are the lower end ones. So a complete GSA Morgan set, 82, 83, 84, I think I have, graded by NGC. So they actually grade the holder and put this label on it. I'm being careful with the box because they have paper hinges that are very flimsy, and they come with COAs that are serialized, and then they're uncirculated Horde GSA Horde dollars with grades. Like this is a 61. Nope. Yep. MS61, and they do a special NGC unremovable label so that they can maintain the packaging. That's money. That's a lot of money for an almost perfect 1888 Carson City Morgan dollar. Wait, 88? No, 82. Just read that. 82. With all the provenance and the hinged box signed by Richard Nixon. Significant money Morgan right there. But let's get over to, and the rest of these are 82, 83, 84, or 85. And some are graded, some are not. All are in great condition. Not all of them have perfect boxes or all their pieces of paper inside, but they're otherwise great. So lots of Morgans in my inventory in the GSA sets. I have a few of these 100th anniversaries. Now I've been selling these for $60, so I'm going to put these up as well as talk about them. These are a bin item right now, so let's step over to these, and then there's still a whole another 60 or so in this box, but let's go to these next and put them on the stage for show and tell. We'll move the Dos Pesos out of the way. Last call, Dos Pesos for now. It's always available here at 130 for the 1.5 grams Dos Pesos. Let me set that aside. Let's move the pre-33 stuff. Let's move the 1913 Indian Head. He's for sale at $590. Quarter Eagle. Pre-33, $590. Set him aside. Let's move these back. I'm afraid this will fall over. I had this up today at $160 for the 2020. It's upside down both ways. Bats. 5-ounce silver. But let's put some Morgans out. So what I am about to show you are Morgans that are in slabs that are not graded. They're made by a coin shop called PCS Stamps and Coins, which is a really big coin shop. But these are all uncirculated Morgan dollars, 86, 87, 89, and 96. And the mint marks are probably all P, but I'm going to check that before I put them on the stands. Let's see. P, 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 P all the way home. So we had a little, this little piggy went P all the way home. Let me set some stands up. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let's go with Blast White, uncirculated, 100th anniversary slab. So these were made in 2021, which would be the anniversary of the last striking of a Morgan, 21. $60 each bin for these, and then we'll kind of keep talking about what I've got over here. While you're looking at these, I will kind of get some out and sort them a little bit in my hands here, because I can probably do a little better than 60 on some of the cull types. But if you're interested in picking up some Morgans today, but these Morgans are slabbed, uncirculated, very white, very reflective. As you can see, the one on the left is slightly different tint from the others. I'm just going to check that out here in the light. Yeah, it does have just ever so slight toning on it around the edge. The rest are pretty much blast white, as is the next example over. That is just blinding. But these are really good Morgans, worth cracking and grading all day. These are instant profit for anybody that wants to go to the trouble of cracking them and grading them properly with PCGS or NGC, because these slabs have protected them, and they're just outstanding examples, especially the 3 on the right. Did I say 100 for the 82 Morgan? No, I didn't. I said for these 4 that are on the stage, though, I'll sell them for $60 each, and that's an 86, 87, 89, and 96. Let me flip this up. Now, I think we've been online so long that my music actually expired. I had nearly 3 hours of music queued up, and I'm just going to refresh that, put it on shuffle, and you'll still probably only hear the same song maybe twice at most on my stream. I'm going to make the length even longer on this stream because I do not like it when I sit on somebody's auction and hear the same song 50 times in a row in the background. All right, what do we got here? I got to kind of adjust the way I'm sitting. Slabs or cheap ones, guys? What do you want to see? I'm going to get them all out of the box and then work my way towards putting them back in the box. We'll do Morgan Monday. That was my intention for the auction tonight anyway. But I will probably blow that auction off due to the conflict with another channel that it seemed to start when I scheduled it. I don't know what to do about that. I have a ton of Morgans just in cards, right? So I'd have to go through them and look for dates, but let's see here. Like, this is just a stack of Morgans, right? But if you think that's an interesting stack, it gets even better when you get into this stack, because these are all graded and valuable. And then there's all these that I haven't really even organized yet that are still kind of loose, but I could do some Morgan deals today if you need something. These are just all kind of another bunch of loose ones. That's probably another 30 of them. So all different kinds of Morgans in the pile here. Anybody looking for specific ones? Ronald Smith has to pause. That's okay. We'll be here when you get back, Ronald. And I'm going to be looking these up on eBay every time. But if anybody needs a year, like this is interesting. Right off the bat, I pick up a 1921, which is not uncommon. This, camera's cork. This is a 1921. Last year they were made. I bet it's a Philly if I flip it over. It's probably not any Carson City or anything. Might be an O. No, it's just a Philly. So this is a 1921 from the last year they made Morgans. And even though I was griefing about the idea that the mint just keeps copying itself, here's the 1921 100th anniversary edition of the Morgan. So there's a brand spanky-ish new one, 2 years old now, in MS69, alongside the original, right? So it is interesting because you can totally compare and see they're not exactly the same. Like, her face is a little different. You know, they definitely cut new dyes. Like, there's just some differences about her mouth and her chin. They're close. They're really close. But it's interesting to have them side by side. The original one from 102 years ago and then the brand new one. And when I look at them, I mean, they got it really details, like little curl over her eye, right behind her eye. There's that one little curl. It looks like a bit of like an S coming down off her hairline. It's on the original, but it's like a dot and you don't normally notice it. I feel like her nose is a little more curvy, but I could be wrong. Her chin different and fatter. Lips a little fuller. She's been doing some Botox. But she aged pretty well, huh? Good looking girl. Very interesting to compare them to each other. So those are 2021s, and I just, these aren't even sorted by any kind of year. I should start piling up the 21s as I go through. So these are all 21s, all different mint marks, S and D and S. 1884. 1896, 1896. Again, if I shout out a year and it's a year you're looking for, I'll try to keep looking up at the chat. Darren Gray says, I bought a 1929 quarter for $8. Did I do good? At a 1930 nickel for $1. Well, you probably did better on the quarter than the nickel. But, you know, any coin that's collectible for $1, you really can't go wrong. It's splitting hairs to say is the 30 nickel worth 75 cents or $1. Who cares? The 1929 quarter for $8 depends a lot on its condition. Could have been worth 10 or 15 if it's flawless. Could have been worthless if it was garbage. So, not worthless, but $5. So you did okay. I think you did all right. Jeff says 1886S. So I'm just flipping through. I'm on some 96s, 84, 21. Let me see what I got in 86. I'll start from the cheapest ones and work my way up for you. 89, 87, 1900, 89, 86. What meant, Mark? S. I have an O in my hand. Actually, I have an O, yeah. 1886 O. 1896 S. Wrong by a decade. Right meant wrong decade. What are you saying about an eBay auction, Darren? You want me to auction some items off? I'll auction items off, but I don't do eBay. That's too damn expensive. 1886. What year? What meant, Mark? We got here? Wait. Philly. I may not have the S. It wouldn't surprise me. I think the S's are the rarest. But I have an 1886 O and P so far in my hands. Here, let me keep looking. Here's another 21. Put that in the 21 pile over here. Let's try to make some sense out of that. An 1885 with a nifty little box that has some toning, but I don't know where this box came from. Let's see. Anyway, now the ones that are bagged. 1901, 1901, 1880, 1889, 1890. I'm throwing around things from the 1800s like they're just metal. 1892 O. They're from the 1800s, man. Amazing. 1901, 21, 81, 83. I thought I had more 86s than this. Now these aren't marked, so I got to get out the magnifying glass. 91. That one actually looks a little fake. I may come back to that one and set it aside. Be wrong. 21 goes over here. So I'm looking for 86 and 89 S's. I haven't gotten to the slabs yet. I think that might be where my S's are, but stand by. And this is why I do the long hours daytime stream. If it's boring for some of you, I apologize, but you would get the same amount of attention if you were asking for something specific. Here's an O, but it's 1902. All right, moving to the slabs to look for the 86s. So far in 86s, as I move through the pile, I've come across an O and a P, but no S. But I'm not done yet. 86s. 86, the 89s there over to here. This one I want to set aside. It looks different from all the other Morgans, and unless it's just strangely toned or cleaned, something's weird about that one. Okay, moving on. And it's not unlikely to have one fake when you buy 15, 20 at a time in bulk like this. Sometimes someone slips one in. So, all right, 1923, 1892 CC, CAC. That's expensive. 19040, 19040, MS63. 1886, what meant, Mark? T. But it's an MS63. 1900, 1900, 1881, 1887, 1879, 1885. Maybe I should sort them by year someday. 1882, 87, 82, 22, 80, 85. Boy, that one's beautiful. Holy crap. She just jumps. Anyway. Oh, that's a peace dollar mixed in with all the Morgans there. 1922, though. Sorry, Pedro. Wrong year. I'll move that aside. Not slab, doing a book. Yeah, only 80. Okay, an 89. I kind of forgot to look for 89s. Let me read. Did I say an 89 out loud when I was going through? Because I did read off all the years. I don't think I did. I think you're looking for the hard ones now, man. Especially an S. San Francisco Morgans are definitely the smallest amount. Um, 90, 83. Did I not have an 89 of any kind? I got an 89O. No S's. But I do have the years. I just don't have the mints. Ooh, wait. Oh, 1880S. Daggone it. I finally found an S, but it's off by 6 and 9 years from what you need. You need an 80? 80S? It's not the greatest one in the world, but it's not the worst either. Got some ring dings. Some spots. That's an 80S I could let go for like 35 bucks. And it cuts on the bag, not on her face. Anyway, there's one of the few S's I have, it looks like. I've got 21 S's, but everybody has those. 21 everything. Were there nothing, you didn't want anything slabbed anyway. I have an 81S MS64 Cameo proof light. That's over $100. That's like 125 bucks. Without look at it though. 81S MS64 Cameo proof light. Look at her freaking reflect light. Jeez, she still has eyelashes, man. Blast off. I love these. Feathers, arrows, all there. Mint marked. So you talk about the proofs, Chili. There's one. Proof like. Just beautiful, huh? Sure, Jeff. That's why I'm here. I'm your virtual local coin shop. I'll go in the back room and root around for you. That's what I do. I'd like to see your book sometime. You'll have to call in on the live call service, which I'll remind everyone is a thing. You guys can participate in the show. All you have to do is go to historicmetals.com/live call. It's kind of like joining a Zoom call or a Google meeting or a Skype call. You'll come up with your microphone, potentially your camera if you choose to allow it. You can show me coins. You can ask me questions. Everyone that's watching can hear us talk and see you right there on the side of the screen beside me. So if anybody wants to call in and talk shop, the shop is open. The Morgans are all over the table. And I could go for days. As far as like the most expensive Morgans I have, it's probably those GSAs in the boxes with the grades. But they're not the only expensive Morgans. Sometimes you'll get one like this 1892 CC. Switching cams. Which is slabbed and only an XF, but it's CAC, which is what that green label not showing up the hologram is, and just stellar as 1892 Carsons go. Fun coin. That one had a plastic baggie it was in. Where did that go? 1900. I mean, 125-year-old coins, y'all. Or more. Just gorgeous. I gotta figure out how to better inventory them, though. Here's an 1879S MS64. Do I have any actual 70s in slabs? Do these ever get a 70? Not really. Not very often. Pretty rare. 64s. Lots of 64s. 63s. 1985 CC. I have those in the GSA sets and in slabs like this one here. So I love CC. That's probably my favorite. And these survived so well. You know, the way these were hoarded, and if they weren't melted, they're almost perfect. There's like few. I have some that are kind of crappy like these, you know, they're just, I got them loose and they're not They're kind of circulated, slicked out ones, but even then, it was such a good die and such a good design. You still get hair, you still get the word Liberty, and you can still read the dates. The backs held up pretty well on these overall, considering their age and circulation. But just to take a run-of-the-mill average, quote-unquote, entry-level Morgan or Cull, you know, it's going to be a $35 or $40 coin. These are a bargain at 60. You guys should be stealing them. I had like 15 and I'm down to these 4. That's the one thing I've been selling a lot of. But I do need to make some money today. So if anybody's shopping for anything in particular, we can run some auctions. We can do some bins. If you have specific silver needs, let me know. That's a whole nother journey into Never Never Land, down the rabbit hole of what I've got in boxes of silver behind me. I'd like to sell some bulk stuff, like some 10-ounce bars, and go get my car out of the shop. That would be fantastic. Also, gold. We haven't even really talked about gold much. A little bit on the pre-33 stuff, but I got a ton of fractional gold starting at half gram, going up. All the way up to that pre-33 half ouncer is about the biggest I have right now. But is anybody interested in doing any shopping? Or are we all just kicking it? Anything that I've shown you all today is for sale, by the way, for the most part. There's a couple of exceptions to that, but not very many. Everybody went quiet when I asked if you wanted to do any shopping. Let's see if I can wake you up. These are absolute lowest price on eBay is $33. But let me put this up there, in the first bin that comes up with 25 bucks gets a Nader bar in your wallet. If you don't have a wallet, I would need shipping on that, but you could start a wallet with me with your money and it'd be 6 shipping. So 25 bucks bin, fastest bin gets a Nader bar. If anybody's interested in a cheap ounce of quality silver that's in an assay card with a serial number for unbelievably $7 under market. Nothing? Nobody? Y'all still here? Put a 1 in chat if you're still with me. 25 bin, Jet Mech. And you've already got a wallet, so that won't beat you up on the shipping. Cool. Let me throw that in your wallet. Send me 25 when you get a chance today, sir. Thank you. Your wallet is over here. I know it is. Yeah, there it is. You got the Lego Man and the 10th gold. Good pickup, Jet. Good to see you back. 25 bin sold. Congrats. Good job. Just had to make something happen here. I'm not overly eager to just sit here and grind out sales, but I've actually got my car in the shop, and the guy told me it was going to be around 700 bucks for all the work I'm having done, because I'm having a whole bunch of different things fixed all at once while it's there. New brakes, new hub, rotor on one side, or new hub assembly on one side, control arm, and a tie rod. I'm getting a whole front end of my car rebuilt. It's going to cost me about 700 bucks. So I do need to make some sales today. Anybody interested in those 4 Morgans up there at, what did I put them up there at? Did I even type it in? I believe it was 60. There you go. I get it 2 from Pedro because he's kind of here, but he's working and the phone keeps ringing. Fair enough. That's allowed. Anybody interested in a bundle deal on all 4 Morgans? I have them at 60 each. But if you bought all 4, let me think here. I'm calculating 61, 22, 40. I'd knock $20 off if you bought all 4. $220 will get you 4 uncirculated, gradable, high quality, pretty much perfect Morgans, with the one that has toning on the left kind of being the exception. But I do all 4 for $220. And that's a pretty foolish thing to pass up, to be honest with you. For those of you that are Morgan collectors, I mean, just look at these guys. They are absolutely blast white, not cleaned, uncirculated, slabbed for your protection, verifiable back to PCS Stamps and Coins, which is a really big coin dealer, guaranteed genuine. And I swear to God, if you sent these into NGC or PCGS, just look at them. They're going to give them at least 60 something. And suddenly they become $100 to $150 to $300 coins each at that point, depending on kind of the year and all that. But they're all 1800s, so not even in the 1900s. You really can't go wrong with getting your Morgan on for $220 or $55 each. That's pretty astounding. And if that doesn't excite you, then let me just get crazy and say, make me an offer. We'll see if I'll take it. I know I got a bunch of Morgan lovers up in here. You'd be foolish not to grab these beautiful specimens just because they're in unknown kind of, well, they're known holders. If you know who PCS is, they're a big company, but they're not NGC or PCGS, so the slab is mostly protective and otherwise indicative of it being genuine, and that's about it. Anybody interested in making an offer on the Morgans? The silence is loud. I'm trying to think what would excite you guys. How many people are watching right now anyway? Am I even talking to anybody? I know there's a few of you here. 10 people. We've managed to keep 10 people here most of the day. That's pretty good. I've been online now on stream for 3 hours and 2 minutes. 3 hours and 11 minutes, but that doesn't count the 15-minute countdown timer, or does count it. So a little over 3 hours. Sold 1 piece of silver. Haven't even tried to sell you guys much. But I am learning that the daytime might not be the top of the sales arch online compared to the nighttime shows when people are getting spendy with it. Yeah, I enjoy a good chit-chat session too. And I mean, a big part of what I'm doing is that. Hell, I'll let you look at me right now. I probably shouldn't show this on YouTube. They'll probably ban me or whatever. But I'm just sitting here having a cigarette, you know, like chilling. The thing is, this is also supposed to be a job, and I'm supposed to make an income. And I do when I run the auctions and when I go on the panel shows. I think I sold over $1,000 worth of merchandise yesterday. I sold about $1,500 worth last Monday night and about $2,000 worth the day before that. But I sold some chunky gold. We're all learning, Darren. I am no expert. You know, that is one thing I don't offer is encyclopedic knowledge. But I'm really good with ChatGPT and Google and eBay and Coin World and all the other sites, and I'm fast, and we learn together, and everybody gets to hear us go through the experience like we did with the Roman coins. It's like, you know, hey, what does buy numis mean? Well, I forgot, so let me go look it up again. You know, as Kirk says about Spock in the Whale movie, I did a lot of LDS in the 60s. My memory's not the greatest. It looks like the car shop is calling me right now, so I'm going to actually put you guys on mute for just a moment and let you look at coins. Hello? Hey, man. All right, apologies for that small break, and you started to hear me on the phone, then I realized I had to mute it. So that was the shop calling about my car, which just increased in price quite a bit. Luckily, I know about cars, and I just don't have any tools. I can't work on them myself, and I can't work on it myself. I have to pay somebody, and unfortunately, I had let this car go so far that I'm now up to, as of that phone call when they discovered some more damage. In behind the damage we were already working on, I'm now at $1,100 on a car in repairs that I have to come up with. So let's make some deals. You're asking about the CC Morgan I just showed. So JetMech, I think I've shown at least 7 or 8 of them in total during this conversation. Which one were you thinking about? I'll get them back out. We'll start talking about them again. So I have the GSA sets. I have the graded and ungraded ones in varying levels of quality in the GSA boxes. And then I have the ones that are a couple that were in slabs. Where did I set those? What he called? Off my lap somewhere in not that big a space. Where the hell did they go? Here. So let me get them back out and we'll talk about them. Because that would help a lot. The last one, I don't even remember, man. Let me get them both out. I think it was a slabbed one or a boxed one. Let's start with that. Slabbed or boxed? Got this one. Let's see. Where's the other CCs? It was right on top. Now it's not anymore. There's 2 of them in slabs that are CC. Might be more. No, these are other mints. So in CCs, I've got 6 different GSA box ones, and then I've got 2 in slabs. One's PCGS, one is NGC. Different years. I'll start going through them again. Just the CCs. We'll focus on those. Focus, focus, focus. In a plastic pouch. Yeah, I think that was the PCGS one. So let's go to. Let's take these down that nobody's really jumping on and set them down so I can type while I am talking. I think it was this one you were talking about, maybe. I actually thought it was in a plastic bag, and then I don't know that it was after all. So, an 1885 and an 1892 CC here. One's an XF40, but it's, you know, the CAC label thing. And then one is MS62 proof-like. And then I have, just before I cut back to those, I'll just remind you, 6 different sets in different situations. Some are graded, some are not. Some have all the paperwork in a perfect box, some do not. And we'll go through them one by one if you're interested too. But I think they're all 82 through 85 that are in these, if I'm not mistaken. So, starting with all that information, slab ones, the 2 slab CCs are showing. I'll bring up eBay and start finding our comp prices, because you know how I do. I always want to give you the best price you can get, and usually that's based on what eBay is the most accessibly quick definition of a price. So let's put those out of my way. Let's turn around here and start surfing. So while you're thinking about which 1892 or 1885 interests you more, I'll start on the left with the 1892 CC PCGS XF40. And I don't think that's CAC on, it's not CAC, that's NGC. This is just a verification. Yeah, that is CAC. That's the CAC label. It's not going to focus on the hologram. CAC, see it right there? So CAC labeled. Let me put that in the description. You guys can start typing it into your scanners while I get going here on eBay. XF Morgan. CAC. Why did it take CAC off my search? CAC. Alright, we'll sort them by buy it now. To get the cheapest one you could buy today. The words don't match exactly. But I have news for you, man. It's not going to be cheap. Without the CAC label, yeah, I've thrown the plastic baggie aside somewhere. A warn. I didn't have any CCs in the little bags. There were no CCs in the little bags. All the worn coins are O's, P's, and maybe an S here and there. There were all the CCs are either slabbed or boxed. That much I can promise you. I did not have any loose CCs. But yeah, the slabbed XF40 1892 on the left, that's at 850 without the CAC sticker. 795 for an XF40 to 850 to 911. With the CAC sticker, they're wanting 3250, and I just don't see that. $3,800. Maybe it is, but I didn't pay that much. I think I paid right around $900 for it. 1892, $4,800. Wow, I might just need to turn the stream off and go to the coin shop, except I can't because my car's in the shop. I can't go anywhere and sell that because that would pay my bills right there. Who knew that this coin is worth $1,000? Let's go back to the item box. Who knew that that right there was so rare as to be in the $800 to $1,000 price range or more? Because according to some of these prices, let's go look at the sold comps, because I am having a hard time believing these eBay listings that are telling me $850 at the beginning, and then the more you scroll, we're up into $3,000 for the same thing. Oh, that's an MS. My bad. That's why. XF40, 1890, different year. 1892 CC, PCGS. Oh, MS. XF40. Yeah, 400 to 800 is more right. 850 for the first one. Who's selling that? Is it a reputable dealer? What kind of pricing is that? Not so huge. 3,000 feedback, but it is a collectibles company. And the one that's 911, $35,000 feedback. They know what they're doing. This is real. 911 is probably about the right price. $900. Holy crap. How much did I pay for that? I'll have to go back and look. Oh, these extra windows are just slowing us down. So in the loose bags, though, let me go peek at what I had that might have been what you saw, but I don't have any CCs in those little bags. All the CCs I have are money. They're all good ones. I always buy CCs the best I can get. In the little bags, though, in the worn coins, I'm gonna have to double check prices on those too. Just because they're not graded doesn't mean they're not hundreds of dollars. Now that I realize some of the spreads here were worse than I thought. Pulling out all the slabs to the side to get to the ones underneath them. Yeah, the stuff that's loose in bags or in cards, I bought in bulk, right? So I've got different money in them, but 1890, 1883, 1921, 1892 is the one on top. That would have been the last one I had out, but none of these are CCs. S-O-O, O-O. Oh, lots of O's and P's. Unlabeled ones. Labeled O's later. 1921s. Yeah, not a CC, man. Sorry. Worn coins and plastic baggies are... I can do you some $40, $35 Morgans, but they're just typical, and they're all different years and marks. I didn't have any CCs in these card 2x2s, did I? Let's see. I don't think so. Pretty sure all my CCs are big dollar stuff. Yep. All right. Should we sell a Morgan on some kind of crazy deal like a buck and go auction and see if you guys can get an auction to move? How about a real common? Let's try that. Let's pull down the $1,000 coins now, since those aren't going anywhere today. Although I really need them to. Let's see. Oh, wait, what's that one? Oh, that's that S we were talking about earlier. Yep. Put all these back in the box so I don't run myself out of space here. All right, I got a 1921P. It's the most common kind of Morgan, and it's not a terrible Morgan. It's just a basic everyday 21P Morgan. Let me get back over here to the right place. So not a terrible looking girl in the bag. I could take her out of there. She's certainly been touched plenty of times in her life in 100 years. Let's pull her out and touch her one more time. So she's pretty good looking. Nice detail, nice date, nice stars, nice hair. Some mustard spots or something on the back. Some kind of staining on her back. That's kind of a bummer. It seems to be maybe something that would wipe off carefully with some warm water. I'm not going to try it. I will leave that to the future owner. Let's put that on the block. Let's put her in front of the camera. And let's do an auction. Buck and go. Let me type it in. So, typing this in to start it out. This is a 1921P Messy Morgan. $1 auction. Start. Go. Buck and go. Buck and go. No fancy video. We're all about saving money by not creating crazy expensive media. Or I don't know, just don't have one. Buck and go auction on a 21P. Comes in this fancy buy the coin, not the holder Ziploc bag with Sharpie wiping off it. You want to get more weight silver or gold, Jet? Because I can show you some affordable big silver. I don't really have much affordable big gold, but I can show you some, you know, routine 3 ounce, 5 ounce, 10 ounce type silver bars. Oh, we got some action now. Up to $10. You guys know this is worth every bit of 35. Least. Up to 15 at Daniel. Daniel and Jeff and Darren are all in it, so I'm going to let them duke at it for a minute. Try and run that ticket up a little bit. That phone call from the mechanic y'all just heard me take live was a little disheartening. I was going in there thinking it was going to be a couple $100. We're up to almost 1,000, and that bat silver at 160 is the steal of the day. Let's put him back on the screen. That is in a capsule and everything. At 160, I doubt you'll beat that. I haven't even Googled the comps. I don't know. I just need to sell something. I need to start selling some big dollar stuff at that point. But that 5 ounce bat is the deal of the day. Up to 20 to Jeff Davis on the Morgan. We'll run it for another minute. Then I'll run the sniper video and we'll see how it goes with that. I actually, for those of you that were here before when I was having trouble timing my sold as in chat to the video, I actually contacted SC. That's 100 below mint. Well, I better look that up then, because I was just selling it based on weight. Let me go over here and type in 5 ounce silver 2020 bat quarter. If I'm screwing up the price on that, I mean, I guess I would stand by it just to get the money right now. I definitely need to solve this car problem. Let's see. So from the mint, they're 285 and 360. Oh, holy shit. Oh, man. Yeah, quoting you 160 was a huge mistake. But on the other hand, other 5 ounce State Park ones or whatever are right at 160. So I was right about the general price. Let's go 5 ounce, 5 ounce. These are still the little ones, though. Where's the big ones? Oh yeah, 5 ounces are going for over $200 in every single case. Oof. Yeah, I may have to say I misspoke at 160. Gold, but your funds are limited. Okay, well, we'll look at little gold. I got all the kinds of gold. Try again. I'm going to thank you for pointing that out because they are starting at over $200, $250. So I can't let the back go for 160. I'm foolish about whatever I think I paid for it. Well, I don't even remember where I bought it. Let me think about that for a second. See if I have its paperwork handy. I could do a 5 ounce Aztec for 140 a bar. Let's see. Yeah, take down the coin. You're right. And I also have to sell this Morgan. Have to take down the coin. I think you're right. I need to hide that because this is... I can't sell that for 160. I'd be shooting myself in the face later. Okay, yeah, let's set that aside. We'll come back to that. But okay, let's run this Morgan. Let's sell the Morgan, and then I'll show you some little gold. So the Morgan's currently at $22. We're going to do a sniper video. The first one I'm going to run will be a test, so everybody can see how the sniper video looks. Second one will be real. I'm going to try to time the sold right, but it's not going to be right. We're going to go with it anyway until I get it dialed in. I called Coinbox SC and I was like, dude, how in the hell do you always get your sold in chat exactly when your video says it? And he's like, man, it's a pain in the ass. It's never actually exactly right, but you go by what you put in chat and tell people that's what it is. Whether their latency on their video is accurate or not, you could never know. I'm like, that's a good point. So I'm going to go ahead and write into the chat in advance, sold, but I'm not going to hit enter. And then I'm going to run the sniper video once for you guys to see it. This is a test. Just put your test bids in on the, line or a dot or whatever. And then after this, we'll run it for real. Here we go. So let's see how everybody did. I didn't see any test snipes on that. They're coming in just... Oh, okay. We all got pretty close to the same point right there. We're all within the same minute. So, yeah, the Dos Pesos is the best deal on the gold. But I'm going to show gram bars and half gram bars and some other stuff too. All right, so this will be the real snipe video. I might have been just a smidgen... early, actually late, but anyway, let's go ahead and run it for real this time. We were close enough for government work and the kind of girls I go out with. This is the real sniper video. Here we go. G-Dub got a good snipe there. Yeah, it's 7 seconds. I actually waited about 8. And then I hit enter and it didn't hit. And I had to hit it twice. So, close. Hi, Cons. How you doing? I will get that. Either that or I'll just stop doing a sniper video and I'll do it the way half the guys do, where I just go 3, 2, 1, like that. And, which might be far more accurate for everyone. And it looked good to me. G-Dub got a good test in. I didn't see any further bids, so it doesn't matter anyway. It looks like our winner at $22. $22 is Daniel K. Unbelievable pickup. Getting himself a Morgan, a 1921P for 22 bucks. Man, $10 minimum under what it's worth, even as a cull. That's right. I agree with you, G-Dub. Here's what you've won. So the information is on the screen. And let me write down who that was. Let me scroll back, quit crying long enough to figure out who won. Was it Jeff? It was Daniel K at 22 is the highest bid that I see here. And Daniel, do you already have a wallet? I feel like I've heard your name on the wallet list before. David. Yes, you do. You already have the other Morgans. So let me drop that on your pile, and you can add $22 to what you owe me. Actually, I should write that down or I'll forget. So, who bought the Nader bar? The Nader bar was, that was Jet Mech. So, Jet, I'm going to keep my own notes here. Jet Mech, Nader, 25, Daniel, Morgan, unbelievable, 22, just unbelievable. Yeah, it's on, it's off. I suck. I'm sorry. But make sure you're live and refreshed, like he said. That's always important. And I'm watching multiple sources of the video, trying to time it against the sending stream, the receiving stream, and a Wi-Fi version of it, and trying to figure out what the average is so that I get it good for you guys. And then, of course, every single one of you has different latencies anyway. So, let's go back to the gold. I think try again is right. Somebody needs to buy that Dos Pesos for $130. I mean, really, honestly, that is about as good as it gets on Dos Pesos. So I'll throw that on the screen while I find the other gold box and get it out. I'm just gonna lean this 1913 back here and remind you guys that I will part with both of those pre-33 pieces, but they're money, and I don't see anybody spending big money this afternoon yet so far, so we'll see if anybody does. Silver I got just tons of. Let's see where to put this stuff. Let's see. Break my boxes. Getting back down to the gold. Fractional gold, of course, all of it's fractional, but we can start with bigger or littler. Let's go over here out of the way. So most of what I have, and this may be a problem for me selling online, to be honest with you guys, but most of the items I have aren't cheap. Like, I don't buy cheap stuff, right? So even in my gold category, it's hard to come up with cheap gold to sell you guys because I have slabs and proofs and so on. But what is this one right here? This might be cheapest thing I got. Oh, nope, not the cheapest, but it's down there. I have a Pamp Suisse 1 gram with Lady Fortuna on the front. Put her up there next to the Dos Pesos while we're starting out in small gold. So she's the, you know, the one. It's the Pamp with the lady. These clear flips are terrible for this. Oh, come on. Focus, pocus. It just says 1 gram Pamp 999. You guys know what it says, but I'd like for my camera to do what it's supposed to do. Suisse. 1 gram fine gold, serialized. Let me put a price tag on that for you. All right, so I'm going to put these in chat. First, the Dos Pesos. Tell you what I'm going to do. $125 bin to get it sold today. I need to make this money. I'm serious, not just making it up. I got to pay for this car repair tomorrow, and I don't know how I'm going to do it. So, Dos Pesos gold, 125. That's my lowest on that. Pamp, 1 gram. As you know, that's a premium type of gram. But I want to sell it. Let me just double check what eBay is saying before I put what I think, because I may be wrong again. This stuff changes so fast. Pamp, 80, Fortuna, gram. Well, with the assay card, yeah, that's about what I thought. Yep. They go up. They go up. Okay, so yeah, those are running over $80 to $90, so I'm gonna sell it for 80. And that's a bin. Oops. Oh my God, what's happening? All my control panels are starting to open up. What the hell, man? I didn't type anything weird. All right, Pamp 1 gram 80. Let's see. If we want to get even smaller, I think I got a couple half grams in here somewhere. Let's see. 1 gram. I have the lady and a card too. The same gold, but in the assay, but that would be 90. $10 more for the assay card, because those are basically what I paid for it. 1 gram, 1 gram, 2 grams, 2 grams, 2 grams, half gram. Here you go. Here's a couple half grams. I have 2 half grams, 50 each. So these are going to be IGR 0.5 gram gold, 50 each. Dollar bin, or dollar, it's a bin, 50 each bin. I need another little easel to put up there. I have 2 of these available. There's a start on some lower end gold for you guys to look at. I have more different sizes. Lots of 1s and 2s. Grams department. Actually, I have a couple of those Pamp Sweet Lady Fortunas in assay. And I'll tell you what. Let's change this up, because I really need to make some sales. Like, seriously. I'm going to take the one that's in the flip out. And I'm going to put 2 in assay in its place. But I'm going to leave the price at $80 each. Now you're talking untouchable. That's a lot better. So I have Pamp grams at 80. Dos Pesos at 125. Bin half grams, $50 each. Any interest in little gold? This carnival music in the background seems about right now for my stress level. That car call was not a happy call. Oh. Chat's still there? My tablet just said there was a problem with the chat server. Refresh chat. Yep, chat still seems to be there. Any interesting gold bins, guys? You got to tell me what you want to buy, because you can tell I probably got something close to it here. Again, until we get into real specific years and mint marks that you guys are looking for. At a general level, I have some of everything. Cool, thanks for letting me know, Jet, because the chat just blanked out on my tablet, and it said chat was unavailable, but everything else seems fine, and it's back, so that's cool. I'll sell this this one Pamp for 75. There's not much room left at the end here. So the loose Pamp 75. Hambone. So you weren't hi. First of all, hi. How you doing? I still have your wallet. It's full of stuff. Thanks for coming. The answer to your question is I'm not sure. I'm probably just going to keep going until I start making money today, because I have just gotten a call from the car shop where my car is. Remember I told you I was selling stuff to take my car in? Well, I took it in this morning. Got stung by a wasp on the way. It was great. Got it there, and we're like, oh, it's about $300 worth of work. No problem. And I said, well, go ahead and do these other couple things, and we'll spend about $600, because I've been putting off maintenance and different things. So I ended up with about a $600 tab walking out of the car shop. While we were streaming just now, he called me and said, well, I took your wheel hubs apart and your brakes apart, and I was doing your brake pads and rotors, and I saw that they'd gotten so far gone that your boots behind that are chewed up and they have to be replaced, and that's even more complicated. And we're already doing a control arm and a hub, so should I do them while I'm there? And I'm like, yes. And I trust the shop. He's not just nickel and diming me. I know the guy. I mean, it's all good. It's correct. But I'm now at about $1,100 worth of car repairs when I started out thinking I had $300 worth of car repairs. Because while it's there, and all taken apart, I'm going to do a bunch of stuff to basically make my whole front end like brand new. So with that, I've got to sell stuff. So the answer is twofold. Was I going to do an auction tonight? Normally Mondays were going to be my scheduled night, and I started advertising that this week. And then yesterday I went on a popular stream and they got mad at me for wanting to do Mondays. And at some point I'm like, you know what? That's not my fucking problem. Pardon my French. There's a lot of YouTube to go around for everybody. Get over it. But it's a small community and I don't want to make anybody mad and have them start bad-mouthing me. I've seen feuds in this community before in just the last 2 years that divided the community, and it was really stupid and full of childish drama that I just don't have time for. So I would rather just say, all right, keep your freaking every other Monday night, even though I want to do every Monday night. And I'll do daytimes. And as we can see, daytimes are not very profitable, because people who are here in the daytime are mostly just chilling out, hanging out. And that's cool. That's why I'm here. And that's the goal. But I do need to sell some stuff, or this won't last long as a business. Anyway, I'm trying to give you the best prices I can. I did have to pull that quarter, though. That was a huge mistake I was about to make. And I appreciate Try letting me know, because that was really about to be a huge mistake. So I got Hambone. I got 4 more of these Morgans that you were buying. You had bought all I had the other day. I got some more of them. I have 4 left of the $60 Morgans if you wanted to add some more of those to your stack. They're the all P's. I think you bought all the O's last time. And then I sold what I thought was the last 3 of them, and then I found 4 more in the bottom of a box. So I have an 86, an 87, an 89, and a 96 on those at 60. It is petty, Hambone, but you know what? Somebody thinks they got 1,700 subscribers or whatever. They think they own YouTube, you know? Okay. No, it wasn't you, Hambone. Who was it then? I have 3 Morgans over here. Oh, that was Daniel K. Sorry, that was Daniel Hambone. You've got batarangs and 5-ounce 12-gauge shot shells and copper and a bar of some sort, an Engelhard or something. Yeah, an Engelhard in the capsule. My fault. Your wallets are right next to each other. I just glanced over at the name and saw and was thinking about you and said your name, but it's actually Daniel's pile that's full of Morgans. Indeed. Glad to see you, though, Hammy. And I wanted to make sure you wanted a wallet, because you were, I think, gone by the end of the stream when I was double-checking who wanted shipping a wallet. So I have all your stuff here. It's still here. This is probably it, though, as far as today. Not like the end of the show. I mean, I'm just going to sit here and idle on the stream. I've been on for 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 40 minutes already. I came on at noon Central. It's now 3:37 Central. I mean, I am scheduled to pull off an auction at 6, and I probably should eventually. I was thinking of staying on the live stream during the day till 5, taking about an hour, having some dinner, eating something, and then doing the auction tonight. That was my goal, and that's probably the plan I will follow. The real question is, do I start this crap in the community already with a brand new channel? I think there's plenty of room, Jet. And the other people that I'm talking about, they do their auction every other week, once a week. Like, they're not even really in the business, so to speak. I think it's more of a hobby for them. This is my life. I quit my job, and now I've got expenses unexpected. Um, and people go to streams and go to multiple streams. I stream hop. I go to all of them. You see me at all of them. All of you do. And, you know, the other thing is these people dominate the weekend. They run like a 10-hour stream on Sundays. Like, you can't have all the time. All the time. You know what I mean? Put a comma in there so that sentence makes sense. All the time, all the time. So I've talked about it more than I wanted to live, but I'm trying to get a gauge from the community, which is you guys, as to what the right thing to do is, because one of my little mantras is always do the next right thing. And the next right thing might be move it to Wednesdays, scrap all the marketing I've done for tonight, and take the slot that Coin Shop or Coinbox left behind when SC stopped doing Wednesdays. Take that spot, but that's not going to pay my car bill tomorrow. It's Wednesday. So, I don't know what I'm going to do now. Because I actually bought a bunch of inventory over the weekend, not anticipating this car bill. I had $2,500 in my bank Saturday. Now I got about 600, thinking, oh, that gives me plenty to live on, and I'm going to reinvest everything into more inventory, which is all on its way for you guys. Even though I got 100 grand worth behind me to sell, I bought more of what I thought you guys were more interested in. More gold, more silver. What year is the peso? 1945, I think. Let's double check that. Pretty sure they all say that on them, though. That's one of the things where they, like, struck them the same year forever. But I'm pretty sure it's on this side, and I'm pretty sure it's, yeah, 45. It's at the top there. See it? Or does it say 49? I'm sure it's 45. Yeah, 45. But I think the thing with those pesos is they all say 45. Like, they were made from like 45 through 49 or something like that. But they just put the same year on all of them. Isn't that true? Let me see. Let's ask ChatGPT. Do all dos pesos gold coins say 1945 regardless of strike year? I feel like I've heard that somewhere. Yes, the Mexican dos pesos gold coin often has the date 1945 on it, even if it was struck in a year other than 1945, because they were too cheap to make new dies. These coins were minted as bullion coins, and the Mexican Mint continued to use the 1945 date on many of these coins, even when they were minted in subsequent years. The reason for this consistent dating is not entirely clear, but a recognized characteristic of these coins. The Dos Pesos gold coin contains 0.0482 troy ounces of gold. If you're considering purchasing or valuing one of these coins, it's important to remember this consistent dating feature and to rely on the coin's gold content and overall condition rather than its date for validation purposes. I remember that they were. There's another coin that does that too. It's not even Mexican. It's like a 5 franc or something like that. And they have the same year on them for like 5 years in a row. It might actually be one of these two that I read that about. Let me pull this out. I have some foreign gold here. These are more expensive. These are not Dos Pesos level gold. But I think one of these two, and since this one has a mint mark, it might be... No, this is the 1824 Italian. This is some old gold here. This is $400 for this AU58 Italian 20 lira. This is less, but 1946B Lichten. Might have been this one where they're all 46s, and that's not really indicative of the year. I think it's a thing where these, in those old times, like, they designed the coin in like 1945 and just start making them, right? And they'd make them until they beat the brakes off the dies. And basically didn't change the years for, you know, and what's the point really? I mean, honestly, if you're a country making gold coins in the 1940s, numismatics weren't really a thing. Coin collecting wasn't really a thing. You just needed it to weigh the right amount and be verifiably government issued. So just slap 1945 on it and keep on cranking them out till the machine breaks. And apparently that's what they would do in these countries back in those times. Well, Hambone, if I'm not on, I will do a private stream just for you, man. I need to make some sales today. I'm not going to whine about it forever, but I'm going to emphatically say I'm here to make deals. If you're looking for something, tell me what it is. Tell me what you're willing to pay. We will make deals today because I got to come up with around $600 by tomorrow. So, I mean, if you want to look at expensive items, I got them. If you're looking for like tubes of silver, I have Aztecs and Scottsdale 2-ounce stackers. I have a tube of each. Either one of those would pay my bill right there. Just selling one tube of silver to somebody at lowest eBay price. You know, I'll match eBay, which also costs me money a lot of the time. But overall, I think it'll come out in the wash because I believe some of the things I bought cheaper. Most of the time, whatever I'm selling it for is right at about what I bought it for. But that's what we do here, store of value, right? The whole idea is that the gold I bought a year ago is still the gold I bought today, more or less. I have to stop talking for a second. I can feel myself just kind of wearing out my voice. I hate dead air. Let's give myself a second to breathe. Let's go over to my YouTube channel. Let me pull up the shorts. Here, we will watch... we were talking about ancients earlier, but actually, let me show you my most popular short. Most of my shorts get 160 views. This one got 1,600 views. So while we think about gold and whether we want to buy any gold or not, and while I take a moment to just stop talking for a second, let me flip over here and play you my short about the shipwreck and lost treasure of the Admiral Gardner. And it's muted.
A mixed cargo of extremely valuable things, including anchors, guns, cannons, shot.
Let's reload it and play it from the beginning because I need 60 seconds to stop.
On that cold day in January of 1809, the Admiral Gardner left the Thames estuary on her 6th voyage. She carried a mixed cargo of extremely valuable things, including anchors, guns, cannons, shot pellets, metal chains, and iron bars. The ship also had 48 tons of copper coins from the East India Company, which were to be used in India as a currency for the Indian workers. The coins were minted in Birmingham, England, and sent to the East India Company for use during the Indian Madras Presidency regime. A huge storm blew in that night, and all 3 ships were forced to drag their anchors by the strong wind. The channel pilot on the Admiral Gardner decided to cut the anchor cables to allow the ship to move to safety. He took an axe with him, and he went to cut the cables, but instead, due to the violent storm and rough seas, ended up cutting his own 2 fingers off on his left hand. The pilot was so delirious from the pain that he had to be brought down below to be treated by the ship's surgeon immediately. The ships were dragging anchors until they came to a halt on some sandbars, and then were sunk by the raging storm, and the vessels were all lost. It would take almost 200 years until the Admiral Gardner's treasure would ever see the light of day again.
Woo, the Admiral Gardner story in 60 seconds or less. How did that actually play out for you guys as viewers? Were you able to see and hear the video? My shorts aren't very good, but I've had a couple go kind of viral. That one got 1,600 views, and this one got 1,200.
But it wasn't all fun and games either. In fact, did you know that there is a secret message hidden on this note? Okay, maybe not so secret, but certainly ominous all the same. Look closely at the bottom on the back of the note, and you will see the words, "To counterfeit is death." This message was a warning to potential counterfeiters who were prevalent during the Revolutionary War. Anyone caught counterfeiting would face the death penalty. They were very serious about this.
Yes,
but it wasn't all fun and games either. In fact, did you know that there is a...
Very serious about that death penalty, boy. I made that video. So those 2 shorts both point to long-form videos. If you're interested in the story of the colonial notes from 1776 or the story of the shipwreck, there are long-form videos on my channel about those that I made those shorts from. So there's a little sample of the kind of content you get in my long-form stuff. Trying to think what other kind of deals I can offer you. There's no reason to keep looking at YouTube anymore. Let's go back over here. So I have some bin gold up. That's in the chat. Prices are listed. Those pesos at 125. Pamp gram at 80. Although I'll sell the 1 and the 2x2 for 75. Bin IGR bars at $50 each for the half grams. Pretty good prices on those. You can see the 1913 quarter peeking out of the corner back there. He's $590. And then when it comes to fractional gold, I have a bunch more in 1 and 2 gram assays, different brands, Valcambi, IGRs, SMI, Arger Hararis. I think I showed this to some of you before, but not all of you have seen it. This is one that I would put up for sale too. They're very hard to come by. This is super rare. This is going to be $80. Let me show you what it is. This is not something you see every day. This is, in fact, probably something you see almost never. This is an Amerivox Chief John Bigtree painting. 1 gram of gold, 1 gram of fine gold in a plastic card. It's an Amerivox touchtone phone card. Back in the day when the Wild West was wired with telephones in like the 90s, you had to pay for long distance calls. And you could load a phone card with sort of like buying phone minutes for a cell phone. But this allowed you to call an 800 number, type in your code, then dial the long distance number. So if I wanted to call someone in California, I would have to call this Amerivox line, type in my account number, and then I would pay per minute a discounted rate for the long distance phone call. It's 100% gold. It is not like a gold back in the sense that a gold back is like a flimsy piece of gold with polymer. I have a bunch of them, but that's not what this is. This is a hammered piece of metal, flattened out. You know how you watch them on the jewelry making channels running the rod through the machine that extrudes the gold until it's flatter and flatter and flatter and flatter. So this is an extruded piece of sheet gold. It's thick. It doesn't, if you bent it, it would stay bent like metal, right? I don't want to bend it for that reason. But it is absolutely gorgeous. Perillo, the artist, is one of the top most famous American painters, right? So you go to art museums and you'll see his painting. This painting in particular, Chief John Bigtree, is very famous. And this is a rendition of that painting on the phone card with the eagle and the United States. America's new voice is calling. $5 that this is worth back in 1993. It's dated. It is a first edition, 500 pieces, even to the month, my birth month, October of 1993, although I was born in 1968. It is serialized 4667, which I find interesting since it's a 500 piece edition, but it has a 5,000 card. Wait, first edition. Oh, I see. There were 5,000 of these total. The first edition in October had 500 pieces. I guess this is part of that first edition, but its serial number is randomized out of 5,000, limited. I'm not really sure. Point being, it's rare, it's interesting, it's gold, and it's unlike any other gold, but it'll melt down to 1 gram, unlike a gold back, because it's an actual piece of metal. It's not just some polymer printed thing. It's actually, you can tell when you're holding it, and it's in this permanent card that it's made in. It's laminated as opposed to coated like the polymer gold backs. So it's laminated metal. It's actually thick enough to see, but not on camera very easily. So that's an interesting piece, and I would let that go for $80. And that would be the kind of collectible you kind of put on display and cherish, maybe in a little easel on your desk, like these others. So 75 for the carded pamp, 80 for the pamps in the assays, 80 for the awesome Amerivox phone card gram. I'm just showing you some of the smallest gold I've got. The Dos Pesos is probably the smallest piece of numismatic gold that I have. The IGRs at half gram are just straight up the smallest gold I have at 50. So what else do I have? like I said, I'm not going to just put them all on the screen, but suffice it to say there is another selection of 1 and 2 and 2.5 gram types here in assays of different types. And then we get into the money gold, which is like I already showed you the franc and the lira from Italy and Germany, but or Austria, I guess. But here's some more gold in slabs. Oh wait, the seduction of Europe. Oh snap! I think I sold somebody a piece of gold and didn't send them the COA. Maybe I still have that in a wallet over here. Let me see what this was. Seduction of Europe. Highland Mint. I don't remember this piece. And I have a COA here with a price tag on it that's pretty high. But I must have sold this at some point. Or is it in a slab? Legrand Seduction of Europe. It's like Liberty riding a bull. Is that one of my slabs? Eagle, 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 panda, panda. Oh my, I think I sold somebody a piece of gold somewhere along the way and never sent them their COA with it. That's messed up. That's my bad. I also, oh, I know why. It's not in, okay, never mind. I didn't sell it. It's behind me. So I do have this. This is collectible, rare, and expensive. This is a this is one of the more expensive small pieces of gold, but I'll show it to you because it's pretty. Let me try and figure out the vintage here real quick. So this is only 1 gram of gold, but the mintage is less than 1,000. There's only 999 of these, and they go really high. It's the Myth series of 2021. Comes in a little display bubble wrap thing. So Jack hasn't been to any of my streams. This is the Seduction of Europe, and it's I'll show you a better picture on the COA because there's a better picture on there, but it's a woman riding a toro, a bull, and it's in a capsule in this thing, mintage of $9.99. This is actually a $200 piece, believe it or not, even though it's only 1 gram of gold. One of those purchases where you really got to love it or need it or you want to collect it or you've been there from that country or whatever. But here's a better picture of her. She's awesome. The Myth of Legrand Mint in Germany, and there's all kinds of documentation in here about it. But what really matters is the fact that it's limited proof, mintage $9.99 from Germany. It's a coin. It's gradable. It's perfect. You could get that graded and make it worth money. It's COA and information. So I have highly, extremely rare collectible pieces like that are just expensive. They are what they are. I think Jack Gallman, I know the name. I hear the name all the time, Jack Gallman, in the streams. I don't know that I've ever seen the guy show up to anything. I don't know if I'm wrong about that or not, but I don't recall ever meeting Jack in a stream, and I'm in most of the streams. I got eagles. Like, oh my gosh. Here's a PCGS PR69 DCAM Eagle, 88. Here's a 2015 Eagle MS70. I love the MS70s. Here's another MS70. This is a 2007 Eagle. Here's a 2017 MS70 Eagle. Here's a 2010 MS70 Ultra Cameo, Proof Ultra Cameo Eagle. That one's money. Oh, Jack's the Marion guy. I used to live in Marion. I lived in Marion for 5 years. I owned 17 acres of land. That's when I had the horses and goats, 1999 Eagle. And chickens and cats and dogs, oh my. I lived in Marion. That's why I know that name, because I have seen him around. He's always like, hi, it's Jack from Marion. And everybody knows he's Jack from Marion. And he tells everybody every time. And I got to tell you, Marion, North Carolina is a town of about 1,500 people. But he says it like you expect people to know where he is. The interesting thing about Marion is that it's the home of Vane Mountain, North Carolina, is in Marion. And I don't know how many of you are the gold mining prospecting type, but Vane Mountain, North Carolina is the epicenter of gold on the East Coast in America. There is a mint in Rutherfordton, which is in the same county, but not the same town. They're adjacent, Rutherfordton and Marion, adjacent towns. In Rutherfordton, there was a mint called the Bechtler Mint, Bechtler, the Bechtler Mine and the Bechtler Mint, and they were where some of the very first U.S. coins were ever minted. So if we go over here and do a little homework on Bechtler, I can show you pictures of that particular spot, and it's pretty neat. I've been there in person. I have pictures of myself there, but they're not handy. But Bechtler, mint and mine, Rutherfordton, North Carolina. This is where this guy Jack is from, basically 10 miles from here. There's a little park there, and a mine with a gate over the door, and there it is. And you can kind of see down into the mine. And the pictures on this site are pretty bad. In fact, pretty non-existent. They just have one picture. That's not very good. They're not marketing that well. Maybe there's a better one. The Blue Ridge Heritage Trail. So this is interesting because this is history and this is important. So North Carolina gold, $1 Quick fact. In 1832, Christopher Bechtler of Rutherfordton, North Carolina, who was actually a German immigrant who brought over the first coin press on the East Coast, minted the country's first $1 gold coin 17 years before the U.S. Mint. During the mid-1800s, the Bechtlers minted more than $2.25 million in gold coins. And you can go there today and you can see the site. Are these pictures enlargeable? Yes, they are. You can see them pouring gold and how they did it. And the old press machine, that's Christopher Bechtler right there. Nice looking guy. Bechtler's Mint, 1831. Later stood at this point was the mint, or the mint was 4 miles north of the mine. Later at the mine itself, they minted $2.25 million in gold coins and closed in 1849. And what is 1849 famous for? 49ers, the gold rush, because that's when everybody that was lining the sides of the French River and the French Broad River and all the creeks in North Carolina and Vane Mountain, famous and named for the fact that it has 6 gold veins running through it per the USGS, was the epicenter of gold. That's where all the gold came from, was in western North Carolina, eastern Kentucky, southern western Virginia, the gold belt. And then in 1849, they found gold in California, and this thing shut down, and everybody went west, hyper-fast pronto. So literally until the gold rush, which is when everybody thinks gold happened in America, it had already been happening here for quite some time. And the place where I lived right on the creek, on Vane Mountain itself. I actually worked at the Vane Mountain Lucky Strike gold mine for a season, a commercial mine, and teaching panning. I've talked about that before. There were at one point in a 4 square mile section of this river, or a 4 mile long, not square, but long section of the river, 6,000 people living in tents mining the creek. 6,000 people in 4 miles on one creek. They were all mining and panning and digging. And this guy had a hard rock mine underground and managed to produce $2.25 million worth of gold coins. And you have to think about those things we were talking about earlier with the difference between 1911 and 2023. Well, this is 1820 to 1849. And $2.5 million at that point, we're talking billion today, 10x at least. So the Bechtler history is something very fascinating to study, especially if you live on the East Coast, because you can go there. In addition to the Bechtler mine, a lot of other gold came out of that area, including one of the largest nuggets ever found in the United States. I can't remember the name of that mine, but a child found it, and it was a great story. Largest gold nugget found in North Carolina. The stories I heard from the old timers in that area were amazing. For example, the Reed mine, yeah, the 23-pound gold nugget found at the Reed mine by like a 10-year-old kid. Um, and that's the actual picture of the 24-pound, it says in the photo, 23-pound, it says in the title. 24-pound gold nugget found at the Reed mine. Well, it wasn't the Reed mine yet, it was just the Reed farm. But the 1890s saw the new owners of the Reed gold mine and discovery one of the largest gold nuggets in North Carolina. This is telling the story a little different than it was told to me, where it was told to me that a kid found it and brought it to his dad. And this is saying in 1896, 3 local gentlemen, Jacob Shin, A.M. Cox, and Dr. J.R. Jerome, along with their workers, started digging along the old roadbed leading from the creek to the top of Middle Hill. This is the creek I'm talking about, like 4 miles long, 6,000 miners. Much of the area had been dug several times over, but the road wasn't touched, so they dug up the road. They discovered a rather large rock on April 9th, about 3.5 feet below the surface, did not appear to contain gold, and moved it aside. Eventually, Jacob Shin took the rock to the creek, washed it, and immediately yelled to his companions, "Boys, I've got it!" Shin borrowed a wagon to take the rock back to his store in Georgeville. So jubilant were the prospectors as they passed the Georgeville Academy that Principal William Brooks observed either all of them are drunk or they found a nugget. The nugget was displayed at the Wyden House and Shin's store before being taken to the Charlotte Assay Office to be melted down, valued at $4,800 at the time. Research later verified the date and weight of the nugget. Special events included anniversaries and stuff. You can go there today and see it. But stories I heard were that the kid found this rock, brought it home, and it was used as a doorstop. And then a doctor was traveling through the area. And what ended up happening, and this is the story as I heard it from local old timers in their 80s and 90s in the North Carolina area. These guys were telling me that what happened was at the Reed mine was the Reed farm, and there was a kid, and he was playing in the creek, and he found the yellow rock, and he brought it home. Now, this may be a different story because it's all in the same area, and the Reed mine and the 23-pound rock we just read about, that's probably accurate. They probably looked that up. That's from the Reed mine's own publicity. But the story of the kid is he found the gold and as a rock, thought it was interesting because it was yellow, brought it home, and it was heavy, so the family used it as a doorstop. They didn't know it was gold. Well, a doctor came traveling through and needed a place to stay for the night, and you've all heard this story about, you've seen it in the movies and cartoons and stuff, where you go up to the farm and you're like, "Can I sleep in the barn?" "Yes, as long as you don't sleep with my daughter," kind of stories. So the guy went out, and they had a bit of a smokehouse, and in those days you had your main house, you had probably a kitchen outdoors in a building, you had a smokehouse, and Jetmec, you're saying you've heard a similar story about the kid. Yeah, so basically, the doctor gets to the place, right, and as the night gets darker and they turn on the oil lamps, he's staying in the smokehouse behind the main house where they've given him a place to bed down for the night on his travels. And as he lights the oil lamp, he realizes that the dirt packed in between the logs of this cabin-like structure was sparkling. And he's like, "Why is the dirt in the walls sparkling?" So he takes out a little sample with his pocket knife and checks it out and figures out that it's in fact gold flake and gold pickers and gold in the mud in the walls of the smokehouse. So he rushes back inside and tells the farmer, and it's not a joke, there's no punchline, tells the farmer, "Dude," or whatever they called each other in those days, "Haas, your walls are full of gold." And explains that because he's a doctor, he's an educated man, he knows what gold is. He does a few tests on it, makes sure it sinks in water and whatever he could do on the spot. It's really gold. He knows he's in a gold mining area. It turns out that's not uncommon. In fact, anytime you find the remnants of an old cabin in the woods down there or something, everybody gets all excited. I mean, I lived there for 5 years, and I was in the gold mining scene there in a big way. I heard this story from everybody. I have to believe there's some truth to it. I did go to the Marion Library where they have one of those rooms about state history and local history that's all dedicated to like old publications and newspapers, and you have to be very careful with all of it. And they give it to you like and watch you while you look at it. You can't leave the library with it, that kind of stuff. And there were maps. There were treasure maps, if you will, or vein maps, hand drawn gold locating maps available in these old writings and drawings and things they had. And we went and looked at a lot of those spots. And in fact, that's where this gold came from. This is North Carolina. Oh, crap. Stupid, wrong camera again. This gold is about 2 grams of gold that I personally panned out of the same creek I'm telling you stories about. No bullshit. This is straight out of Vane Mountain, North Carolina. And this guy, Jack, if he were here, he would confirm everything I'm telling you, I'm sure, because he is one of those Marion old timers. And they tell these stories around the campfires, you know. But that's 2 grams of placer gold cleaned up and really well cleaned out from Vane Mountain, North Carolina, that I personally panned and got out of the creeks there. We were doing hydraulic suction mining with motorized dredge and motorized pumps, and then running it through basically a sluice box and then panning it. So what's that go for today? Well, 24 pounds of gold divided by Troy ounces. Let me do some quick math. 24 pounds in Troy ounces. Google tells me that's 350 Troy ounces even, ironically, not even a fraction. 350 Troy ounces at spot. Let's call it 2 grand. $700,000. However, when you get a 24-pound nugget, you have entered the realm of it doesn't have a price. It goes into a museum. It goes into the Museum of Oros Pura in someplace like Bogota, Colombia, which is a museum of gold from South America, or it goes into the Smithsonian in the United States, natural history probably, or the Met in New York. You know, when you have a 24-pound nugget of gold, it doesn't go for a price. It's one of the biggest nuggets in the world. It's at that point unobtainium, right? You are beyond pricing something like that. It goes for what it goes for at auction. If it sells, it's probably never sold that way. It's probably owned by whoever has owned it through provenance, and then they allow a museum to display it because the museum will protect it for them. And that's about it. It's not something you see for sale, but 24 pounds would be 350 Troy ounces, which would be what, 700 grand. So, yeah, crazy, just crazy. So the kid finds the rock, right? So the doctor tells the farmer, your walls are made of gold. And the doctor freaks out and says, well, look at my doorstop, right? And apparently it was 6-7 pounds, something like that. And these nuggets, these stories are everywhere in North Carolina. And to a degree, they're true, or they're based on some grain of truth. Now, you can verify the Beckler Mint and mine, but I can't verify the kid in the creek and the farmer and the doctor story. But I heard it 100 times from a million people. Jetmec, you said you heard some similar stories in North Carolina. Which part of the story did you hear from older folks? I loved living there, and I loved working on the gold mine, and I loved being a part of that. It's really far back in my photo feed in Facebook, or I would show you, because while I was there, I got so into working at the mine that I opened up a part-time side business at the local flea market, and I had an indoor store teaching panning and selling panning supplies and sluices and pans and how-tos. And I had troughs, horse troughs set up in there that I got at the farm supply filled with water. And I had pre-seeded pay dirt that I made from placer gold that I obtained from other hobbyist miners. I'd pay 80% spot, buy their gold, little vials like the one I just showed you. I would seed the bags at the store, and then people would come into the store, and for $25, I'd sell them a bag of pay dirt and then stand there and teach them how to pan it so they didn't lose any, which they always would. So it ended up in the dirt in the bottom of my buckets, and every night I'd have to repan all the waste overflow from people panning all day in my store. But I sold a lot of bags of pay dirt there and on eBay and on Amazon, believe it or not, for about a summer. It was just a fun side hustle and something I was doing while doing tech programming work during the day and working the mines on the weekends and nights and stuff and helping around the mining camp that I lived at. I had taken a wild hair to do the RV mobile tech life programmer life thing and was living in an RV and driving around. And it just happened to break down in North Carolina. And I ended up staying there for a season at the gold mine and then buying 17 acres in the area in Marion and staying there, moving the RV onto the land. The RV later burnt to the ground. That was an exciting adventure that cost me almost everything I owned and a lot of gold that was in there, placer gold. But there's still gold in North Carolina. If you want to go panning today and you're on the East Coast, go to North Carolina. If you're on the West Coast, go to Northern California. I think the town in Northern California is called like Lucky or Happy, something like that, North Carolina. And there's a big gold mining club, nationwide gold mining club, LDMA. And they have campsites up there that if you're a member, you can stay in for free and pan, and they have events and things like that. They have gold mines all over the country. Wherever gold is, they have a LDMA campground, and as a member, you can kind of timeshare your way through all those campgrounds. I never became a member of that. I was a member of a local Lucky Strike Mining Association in Marion for a while. Anybody still with me as I tell old stories and talk about crazy history in North Carolina? Was anybody interested in any of this gold I have for sale now that we got you all excited about gold and gold stories? If not, we are at 4:15. I may wind this up here pretty soon, take a little break, and come back and do a proper auction tonight as scheduled. Hey, long lived. I'm running out of breath. I've been on since noon. It's 4:15. I haven't really been selling much. We've mostly just been hanging out and talking precious metals in the coin shop here, like like you do, socializing. Just made a couple small sales, but how are you doing? You want to come on and take the microphone for a minute and shoot the breeze? Anybody's welcome to. I'll go back and remind you all. Any one of you that wants to participate in the conversation, just go to historicmetals.com/live call. Enable at least your microphone and ideally your microphone and camera so we can say hello to you. You can pick a screen name so you can stay anonymous and join the stream right now live. It should work. I haven't tested it since the last time Long Live called in. I do seem to be frozen over there, but if I stop and start the virtual camera, then I should start moving again or reload the page here. Let's see, let's reload the page and make sure my control center for all of this stuff actually works. It'll freeze if I don't use it for a while, and I think it has done so now. But let me go ahead and refresh it and get it ready for incoming calls just in case. Try again, he says. Well, I'm working on it. I'm refreshing everything and trying to get it to come on here. Yeah, it's got motion now. So, yeah, if you wanted to call in, I'm set. Hey, Snoopy, are you here? Awesome. Or is Pedro just typing in the wrong chat? Because I haven't seen Snoopy yet. Is she in here somewhere? Oh, yep. I think you're in the wrong stream, Pedro. Snoopy's not here, man. I know Snoop. Great person. Not here. Skipping my stream. Less of a great person. But yeah, you guys can call in and talk to me or tell me your stories. And I'm still trying to find out from JetMech that if he heard this, he said that's the story I heard from older folks in North Carolina. But I don't know which part of the story he was referring to, the doctor, the kid, or the miners that found the big nugget. I can tell you that the most accurate and realistic story I heard while I was there was firsthand from a former commercial mine owner that I knew, who owned a working and still owns the property, and that's the guy who ran the commercial tourist mine. He had converted it to a campground and tourist mine. But this man told me a story, and he was like 90 years old. His kids ran the campground and all, but he told me a story of how they were mining on the mountain and they were still power washing. So what that means is you take basically fire hoses and aim them at the side of a mountain, a real mountain. We're not talking about a hill. We're talking about mountains with, mountains in the Blue Ridge. And you start, and this is how they did it in the old days too. It's how they did it in the 1900s. They basically built giant wooden sluices, and you can still find remnants of some of these things on the sides of some of the mountains around the Blue Ridge and the Appalachian. But they would shoot water at high pressure or dump it from the top in the oldest of days. Shoot water at high pressure up at the side of the mountain and pressure wash the layers of dirt down to the bedrock so that it created mudslides that fell into their wooden sluice. We're not talking about a sluice you put in the back of your car. We're talking about built onto the side of a mountain, like the size of a roller coaster track or something. And the mud would come down through it and get caught in their miner's mats and all their different flosses and things they used to, and eventually they would wash that out. But they were power washing the sides of the mountains to get dirt. This was to avoid taking excavators and bulldozers and things up on the side of the mountain, where they didn't even have those pieces of equipment yet, but they further would have been very dangerous, and shoveling by hand takes too long. So they would shoot the water up at the mountain, bring the mudslide down through a sluice, which would be a very giant-sized sluice, and eventually get smaller and smaller. And that was their idea of a wash plant, like you see on, Alaska Gold Rush TV shows and stuff like that. Big wash plants. This guy still had a big wash plant at the campground facility. I've helped to operate it. We ran 13-ton dump trucks through it. Like, it took all day to run a couple of dump trucks and then bring it down to cons and then eventually pan that concentrate and get the gold out. And out of maybe 26 tons of dirt, maybe two 13-ton dump trucks, bulldozer and front loader fed and driven, big scale operation, we might get half an ounce on a great day, 3/4 of an ounce in placer gold. Maybe a couple nuggets, some small pickers. But what would happen was the way they did it. So the story the old man told me was when he was still operating as a commercial mine, they also had some tunnels into the mountain. They had some hard rock stuff going on. They were really, really a real mine at one point. The mining authority, so that would be the U.S. government mining authority, which is part of the Bureau of Land Management, BLM. They would send people out, kind of like OSHA goes to a job site to check for safe operations. Well, in this case, the BLM, the EPA, Bureau of Land Management, Environmental Protection Agency, and several other agencies are involved. USGS, Geological Survey. Several government agencies are involved in the mining industry and controlling and restricting what they do so that they don't just go power wash down Pikes Peak. You know what I mean? And so they were mining, and apparently mining a little bit illegally. And the EPA man came, or the BLM man came up the road one day in a truck. And these guys all had radios. They're all over the mountain with two-way radios. This was modern times-ish, like the 70s, okay? So it wasn't like they were, in the 1800s. They had two-way radios and CBs and trucks and things. And they were hard at work mining the side of Vane Mountain on this guy's property when the BLM or EPA guy came up the road. And they said they basically, the radios lit up. They had people down the road that were like, he's coming. Got a BLM truck coming or EPA truck coming up the road. You guys need to, shut down some of the power washing or whatever it was that he wouldn't have liked. And as he was coming up the road, none of the employees of this mine will admit to it, but for some reason, a couple of shots rang out, and a couple of them landed in the hood of this truck. So the guy stopped his truck and got out, and he knew they were trying to run him off. This was the same kind of country where moonshiners lived, right? And they all carried guns. I carried a gun when I was there. I shot copperheads because and rattlesnakes are everywhere down there, timber rattlers, and I've shot quite a few of both. It's actually illegal to shoot timber rattlers, so I only shot copperheads. I never shot timber rattlers on YouTube, but let's just say I did never get bit by one either if I saw him coming first. And anyway, these guys shot at this man's truck, so he got out of the truck and started screaming and yelling about, get the foreman up here, get the owner of this mine up here now, I want to talk to him. So the old man walked up the road and met this dude at his truck and told him, I don't know who shot at you. It must have been moonshiners up on that side of the hill because we're actually done for the day over here. We're not even working right now. There's nobody on that mountain belongs to me. And he said, well, let me come down and see your facilities. So he came down to the facilities, and the old man had radioed ahead to his wife and said, honey, got the BLM guy here at EPA, I can't remember which it was, make up a bunch of food. So by the time they got down to the house site and the office site, this woman had cooked up sandwiches and chili or whatever she could make and threw out a big old kind of potluck. And they treated that guy like, oh, yeah, we didn't shoot at your truck. God, that's really terrible. That must have been the moonshiners and everything like that. And then distracted him with a big meal till it got dark. And once it got dark, he had to turn around and go back to Charlotte, which is 90 miles away, where his office was. And he couldn't see their facility because it was dark. So he said, I'll have to come back another time. And they ran him off. So stories I heard were things like that. And that's firsthand. And I don't think it's all that embellished based on what I saw living in that area, because we shot stuff all the time. Shooting somebody's truck to stop them from finding your illegal mining operations, probably quite common in that area. And definitely was in the 60s and 70s, which would have been in this guy's heyday. So the stuff I learned about gold mining and how it went down in the East Coast before we ever heard of California were great. So I'm keeping an eye for long-lived coins, but long-lived, I was only going to run till about 5 o'clock anyway, so that's about another 36 minutes. I got one more giveaway to do for these kind folks that have kept me company all day. How many are watching right now? About 7? Yeah. I managed to hold 7 to 15 people, but somehow I got 150 views on this video. I don't know how that happened. It's good for my watch time, even if I didn't make any sales. But I'm going to have to take a break at 5, take about an hour, relax my talking voice, line up some actual product to move in an auction tonight, and maybe we'll have some success with sales, or else I'm in a world of hurt for money tomorrow because I got $1,100 worth of car repairs and $600 in the bank. So we'll have to figure that one out. Again, I ask you, if there's anything you're looking for, now is the time to ask me if I have it, because I am going to be more willing to make a deal than anybody else that you know right now in the next 12 hours. So I'll throw that out there. And ideally on bigger stuff like 10-ounce bars or something where I don't have to nickel and dime my way to $1,000. What are we giving out congratulations for in chat? Because he has 2 chats going. Anybody still there? Are the 7 of you wandered off? Monday Morgans. Yeah, that was the conversation last week, that I would do a Morgan Monday. If I'm going to display product, I should at least display it right side up, I suppose. But what's in between those guys? Oh, the gold itself. It's kind of thick. Dos Pesos, Morgan, Pamp ladies, Fortunas, IGR halves. You can't buy my Marion gold. That is my storytelling gold there. But yeah, the stories of the gold mines in North Carolina, they're worth, if you like to read or Google things, or, spend your time reading coffee or drinking coffee and reading stuff on the internet, watching videos, look up the Beckler mine, look up the Reed mine. It will blow your mind what's available in dirt on the East Coast. And how recent it was. And how redneck it is there. And how they probably did shoot that man's truck to stop him and then distract him with a meal and then make it get dark and then eventually turn him loose without letting him ever see your illegal wash plants and holes dug. Things like that they were doing. But eventually they did shut him down, and that's when the family turned it into a public campground and a public mine. So now what they do is the same mining equipment is still there. In fact, it's scaled down a little bit, but he still has a giant wash plant built on the side of the hill. And that's where we ran the 13-ton dump trucks full of dirt that was brought in by bulldozer and front loader from a piece of property that he owns up higher on the mountain. So we'd go up in the morning about 6 a.m. with a front loader and a dump truck and a bunch of us and fill the truck then come back down to the campground, and kind of like these guys do with the races on YouTube, or where you buy your chance, you buy your spot and see what happens. In this case, what would happen was they would sell the dump truck, and they would have like 100 spots on the dump truck, and they were like $100 each or something. I don't remember. It was like enough to pay for operating the wash plant, the diesel fuel, all the heavy machinery, the staff, the hydraulic generators that ran the hydraulic pumps that ran the water, all very high powered stuff. And they would run, 1 to 2 dump trucks of dirt. All the gold that came out would then get divvied up. If they had nuggets and pickers, they would pull those aside. All the placer gold that was small, like I showed you in the vial, they would mesh it out, put it in little jars until they had enough jars to, accommodate all the gold that they had found that day. Then they would have a potluck dinner at the end of the day, and everybody who had bought a spot on the truck was part of a raffle, and you might get a 5-gram nugget, or you might get half a gram of placer gold, or you might not win the raffle and lose your $100 and come back next week. It's pretty interesting. They made a lot of money with that. They also sold panning and panning lessons on site. I had my own shop for that. Eventually, I moved away from them and did my own thing. But I taught panning and gem mining while I was there. It was really cool. It's still there, by the way. The place is still there. There's several in a row, actually, on that road of people who own campgrounds that offer panning and gem mining. Now, the gem mining is totally fake. That doesn't come from there. There are gems, and I've found plenty of rubies and garnets in the rivers there, but they're junk. But you go to the gem mining places and they're buying bags of gems from online, and 50-pound bags, and seeding buckets of sand, and you wash them off and get your gems out and pay your money. And that's cool. They're real gems. How pure is placer gold? Placer gold tends to run around 18 to 19 karat. So it's basically going to be 60 to 75%. And 80%. And it also varies where, right? So that's one of the reasons why it's better to mine, say, in Alaska than California, and better to mine in California than in North Carolina. It's not just because of the quantity that's there, but the quality of the gold. And then, again, no, it's like 80% pure or better most of the time. So long live, we can shoot for tomorrow or the next time I come on. That's fine. I have kind of an emergent financial situation to solve over the next 24 hours. I have to pay a shop tomorrow $1,100, and I only have $600, so I need to sell stuff. So I'm probably going to stay on as long as I can today. Granted, I want to take a break in about 30 more minutes. We're going to do a giveaway in a minute before everybody leaves, just for another gram of silver, just for hanging out with me. I can't afford to do much more right now. But as I said, as the channel grows, the prizes will get bigger, as you know. That's how that works. And again, this is only my second full-time daytime stream. I did one Friday. I've done one today. I've done last Monday night. And I plan to do tonight. I'm just getting started. You guys are in on the ground floor of a new channel with 367 subs. And I am planning to do this full time. I also have content videos. I did the who is the real life Indiana Jones video last week. This week I took off on a tangent about pirates. Who are the real life pirates and where are their treasures? And that's this week's video. Once I get it cut, I've written the script already. I spent all day yesterday until about 3 in the morning writing the script. The script's pretty good, but it got me thinking when I was done. I've created a series. Who was the real life Indiana Jones? Now, next logical step would be who was the real life Captain Jack Sparrow? Who was he modeled after? Indiana Jones turns out to have been modeled after maybe half a dozen different famous archaeologists. Well, obviously, Captain Jack Sparrow is an amalgamation of every famous pirate. So, there's all the pirates you've heard of. And so I will probably be releasing that video Wednesday or Thursday by the time I get it recorded and edited. And I want to try to do a better job each week with the content so that it gets more and more interesting, compelling, and watchable, which is the hard part. And at that point, yeah, then I will release my video on pirates this week. Well, real life pirates and where their treasures might be. Unfound treasures of real life pirates is kind of the theme of the script. And I cover basically 4 different, very distinct pirates that are well known, and get into some historical facts about them not everybody knew, and talk about their treasures a little bit. So it should be a fun video, but it got me thinking, okay, if I did Who's the Real Life Indiana Jones, maybe I should call this one Who Was the Real Life Captain Jack Sparrow? And then I got to think, okay, so archaeologists and pirates, what other kind of character? This is a pop quiz for you guys in the audience. If I've done Indiana Jones, excuse me, Indiana Jones as the archetype of adventurous, exploring archaeologist, and Captain Jack Sparrow as the archetype of the rapscallion pirate treasure hoarder, what other things fit in that theme of if I was doing a series of who was the real life such and such? Archaeologists, pirates. Who else would be related to treasure, precious metals, gold, silver, like pirates and archaeologists are, who may have even had movies made about them? I don't know, but I'll have to think about that. Robin Hood. Who was the real life Robin Hood? That's a good one, David. Negative on a 21 piece dollar. That's correct, Pedro. I had a bunch of 22s. Balboas. I'm pretty sure I have 1 or 2 Balboas, but it could take the last 25 minutes of the show to find out. Hey, Begotten, I have a wallet here for you just in case you're wondering if I had shipped it or not. I have not. It's because I wasn't sure, and you had left by the end of the last show, which is about to happen again. Wild West Outlaws. So outlaws where they relate to treasure, right? So the whole theory is in the title, Historic Metals. It's over there. If I can tie the outlaws to bank robberies, right? Or treasure that's buried out in the Comstock region that got mentioned earlier in Nevada around Carson City, where all the silver came from, or something like that, then I've got a story. Otherwise, I'm just a history channel, and I'm trying to tie it all to treasures, artifacts, precious metals. That's my niche, right? But Wild West Outlaws does give me an idea to go down the road of the whole 1849 gold rush and what archetypes came out of that. There are a few mysterious stories of lost fortunes from miners, and that might be where that ties into the Wild West, actually. I'm thinking of one in particular, and it's on History Channel a lot, actually. They look for it. There's 2. There's the one that's supposedly buried in the Grand Canyon. Supposed to be great wealth in the Grand Canyon, but that's actually supposed to be like Mayan or Aztec wealth, or even Egyptian wealth that's buried in the Grand Canyon. But there was this other miner who got lost in the hills of Nevada, I guess, and he allegedly was a real life person who was known for disappearing for a couple weeks into the mountains, coming back with a ton of gold. Going back into the mountains, coming back with a ton of gold. But no one could ever figure out where he got it from, or whether he had got it somewhere else and just kept it stashed out there and was going and getting bits of it at a time. So it's like a big mystery, and I can't remember his name, but I'll have to look that one up. That would make a good video. A video on the cool stashes of coins found throughout history. So that takes us back to ancients, Pedro. Because, as somebody was asking, it wasn't here, maybe it was in my chat earlier, but somebody was saying on one of the streams I was in, why aren't ancients more valuable? Because they're old, right? Like you got these coins from Roman times from 300 BC, or a drachm from 200 AD, BC, or Roman stuff from 80. I misspoke there. Why aren't they more valuable than like a Morgan, right? Well, because Morgans were minted at 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 a year. There's only a limited number of them ever made. Then half of them got melted, and the other half are beat up, and that leaves like 10 that are top pop graded by NGC and matter, right? So, but the Roman coins, when they find those, they find a clay pot. It'll have 10,000 coins in it. And then there's 10,000 more of them on the market. And they find these things all the time. So while they're interesting and historic, and the perfect example of the perfect one is always expensive, you can find run-of-the-mill ancient coins, buy them by the handful in tourist traps in the Middle East and in, religious areas. So, Greece and Rome and Italy and all those kind of places where they had these ancient coins. They're like super abundant, so they're not especially rare. It's interesting to think that they were made it to those kinds of numbers, because when you think about how big the quote-unquote world was at that time, in its encapsulated way of, they didn't theoretically just randomly travel the whole planet, right? They were pretty self-contained. Granted, there are the stories of explorers being in America 10,000 years ago or whatever, but that wasn't everybody. That was explorers, So kind of like spacemen, right? Like, how many astronauts are there? Well, that's how many people made it out of Rome and went somewhere else, off the continent, right? So, so that stuff all stayed right there. But it's surprising to me that so much of it existed, and that they made so much of it for what seems like such a small population by comparison to modern times, where we make less. But maybe because it lasts longer. But then again, these things are lasting thousands of years. So that might be a good story too. Why aren't ancient coins worth more? But the real short answer is because they're not particularly scarce. And that's that. As simple as that. So, Lost Dutchman. That's a good story. The Lost Dutchman would be a very good story. Not unlike the one that I was telling a moment ago, or I referenced in my short, which was the the British ship. Oh dear, I'm losing my mind. I've been talking for hours. The one that I showed in my short, just that I made a whole video about, and I can't even remember what my own content is. I'll never be Mr. Beast at this rate. The shipwreck of the Admiral Gardner. The Admiral Gardner was a British mercantile ship that wrecked with a ton of money on it. The real life Scrooge McDuck. That's funny because that's technically been done. One of the channels I watched that has nothing to do with precious metals got into this whole thing about how much gold, or maybe it was a precious metals channel, but it was like, you see the pictures of Scrooge McDuck swimming in his pool full of gold coins or whatever. This guy did all this math to figure out how much gold was in Scrooge's vault. And he did it by like getting every cell of animation that ever showed the gold in a Scrooge McDuck house. And at different times in history, he was in different rooms in different shapes and sizes. But he managed to like track the chronology of Scrooge's animations with gold, try to scale model the size of the rooms per the size of the duck compared to everyday objects, compared to like the door, compared to like the wall, so he figured out this surface areas of walls and the volume of the rooms that Scrooge was in during these scenes, and tried to estimate how much gold Scrooge McDuck actually had. Scrooge McDuck's gold. Let's see if we can find that video, because that is awesome how much effort this guy put into figuring out how much money. Oh yeah, it was the film theorist, the same guy that does food theory and everything. So it's a quality video. This video, let me show you. I'm not going to run the video, it's too long, but I'll show you the one to go find. Go find this film theory video. And if you know, food theory, film theory, the guy that he does great content. It's very good stuff. this video right
Today we're
here.
answering one of cartoon's longest standing questions. Just how much money does Scrooge McDuck have in his money bin? But first, there's something I've wanted to do since I was like age 7. Taking a page out of your book, buddy. Let's do this!
Right. So so he goes on. I'm just going to kind of skip through it. First,
Calculate his worth. They just don't.
he kind of goes through all the ways people have guessed it wrong, and then he gets into all his science and like the cells and every time that it was ever mentioned in amount. The total value of all your mines, mills, money bins, and so forth is 1 multi-plugillion 9 obsquatchamatillion $623.62. And he goes through every cell, he finds every reference, then he starts doing schematics of the buildings where the gold is saved. Then he gets into like all kinds of math about how big is the duck and everything he can find that ever references that. I mean, this is thorough. This is 20 minutes. Measuring the ladder, right? He gets into how big is this room and how deep does that say that is over there on the left and how does that scale. It's insane how much effort and how entertaining this video is. So I'm going to drop the link in chat. If you do nothing else with your life and you care about Scrooge McDuck, this video is all about your time right here. It's great. And it's also, how old is this video? 6 years old. So if you haven't seen it yet, you're late. But yeah, the guy from Film Theory, Matt, he's a huge YouTuber now. Anyway, at the end of the answer, he's pricing gold at that point 6 years ago at $12.43 per troy ounce. I'm not going to click to the end and expose the answer. But I mean, this dude gets into all his methods and all his numbers and sizes and quotes and stuff and comes up with an answer at the end that I will not disclose. So you have to watch the video. It's not even my channel. But anyway, worth it all the way around. More than 200 ounces? Yeah, I think that Scrooge beats Sal. Did my camera just freeze? God dang it. It did. I think it's about time for me to run the giveaway and give my systems a break and reboot. Okay, so we're going to do the giveaway now. The giveaway, because I love that you guys spent 5 hours with me today for a rather bizarre stream about nothing and everything all at once, I'm going to give you my heart. So let me go back to my cameras here. My cameras, my scenes, my item box. Today's last giveaway will be a 1 gram heart with a rose on it. It's just 1 gram of silver. 999 fine, just like all of you. Historic people. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do hashtag heart. Ronald, I'll get back to you in just a second. But first, everybody, hashtag heart. Ronald Smith, are you all paid up? Well, Ronald Smith, that depends. What'd you buy? Let's see, where's your piece of paper? Ronald, I think you're not only paid up, I think you're shipped. Unless you bought something today. Did you buy something today? Did I set something aside for somebody? Where's the stuff I sold today? Today I sold the Nader bar to Jetmec, that's over there. I sold the Morgan to Daniel, that's over there. Did you buy something today? Did I totally space you out buying something today, Robert? Or Ronald? Ronald, I think you're paid up and shipped. Did I not send you a tracking number? Oh, we had all those confusing emails. Was that you? With all the one-liner subject line emails with that my thing was thinking were spam? Might have been. Yeah, I believe you're paid and shipped, bud. Let me type in my search Ronald here while everybody's hashtagging. Oh, yeah, your stuff's gone already, man. You're paid and shipped last week. Yep. Should be at your house by, like, should be already. Let me click your link and see. If I just grab your tracking number and search for it, it says that you will be Receiving your package, Ronald. Delivered today. You're not only paid up, but your package is in your mailbox outside your house right now. The killer is in the house. So go check your mail because it was delivered in Williamsburg today at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, I guess, or that might be my central time. Either way, it's there now. Probably within the last 10 or 15 minutes, it appeared in your mailbox. Very cool. All right, so everybody's typing in heart. Let me check the bot, see how we're doing over here. 26 eligible users. How is that possible? There's only like 7 people watching the stream. That's crazy. I think some of them are from earlier. But you know what? We're going to run it. My instructions say you have to be present to win. With 26 users entered, it's been apparently collecting them for the entire stream without me paying attention. I just saw Eagle on the Moon hashtag and Forest hashtag. So you guys are just arriving right at the end, you gauze seekers, you. David Canham, I know you've been here the whole time periodically. It didn't get you, but I'm marking you because you're like my #1 fan who's always here right on time. And Shroomy, I see you. You're in. All right, so let me go to the left screen so you guys can see. I got too many people coming in who haven't been here with me all day. So I'm going to go ahead and run it before too many more of these people show up. I don't know where they're coming from, but I'm glad you're all here. And I love you all, but you weren't here for the last 5 hours, so I'm giving the god of the 7 people that were, but we'll see. We'll see who wins. Here we go. Roll it. Hambone. Hambone, who came towards the end, but has been here for both of my streams. Yeah, you're in there, Shroom Day. I made sure I saw you were in there. But you didn't win anyway, so it don't matter. Hambone won. Hambone, who is my #1 spender, I think, or close to it. He won my heart. So congratulations, Hambone. I'm going to put that over on your pile. No extra charge for that. No extra charge for that. Now, it's funny that both my GAW winners today already had wallets, so they don't get to take advantage of the free shipping. But with that, I will quickly run through the fact that a lot of you are here now. I still have wallets for the following people. Gold Sniping, Farmer, Trollfire, Angry Warrior, Tacklebox, Kellen, Daniel K., Hambo, Jetmech, CM Silver, Terma Treasure, and David Canham. If any of you would like me to ship at any time, just email me and let me know. Otherwise, I'm holding your wallets for now. I am going to turn this stream off in the next couple of minutes, and then I am going to be back in an hour and 10 minutes for tonight's auction, shutting down the daytime LCS mode, switching over to a couple of hours of auctioning, trying to raise the money to pay for my car tomorrow. So with that, I hope you guys will consider coming back in an hour and 10 minutes at 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern, 5 Mountain, 4 Pacific, where I will pretty much go through a proper auction, one item at a time, moving quickly to try and move some merchandise tonight, or else they're going to impound my car and not give me back my fixed car tomorrow when I go to the shop to get it back. So, they aren't really, but it will be awkward. So, with that, I hope to see you guys all in an hour and 10 minutes. Are there any other questions, comments, or concerns I should address about this afternoon's day at the LCS, the virtual Historic Metals local coin shop online? Oh, Daniel owes 22. Can you hold off till after the auction tonight? You'll be on. Sure, Daniel. In this case, that's fine. Normally, I would ask for payment at the end of any given stream, but since I'm going to stream twice today, that is sort of a unique twist, and I don't see any reason to complicate it. So, yes, Daniel, just keep note of that. Jetmech, that kind of goes for you, too. If you didn't already send, I haven't checked on the Nader Bart. If you want to wait till after the auction tonight to send, that's fine. But I will ask you to send tonight, because, as you've heard me say repeatedly, I actually have a pressing reason to gather my funds right now as quickly as possible. So with that in mind, thank you everyone so much. I don't really see any reason to make it go straight to the top of the hour just because I like hours. Shroom Day is accepting donations of 24 karat gold at any time, by the way. I just, he's asked me to announce that. I will almost say anything on the channel. If any of you wants to send 24 4 karat gold to Shroom Day, that's fine. Just understand, if you send any 18, 14, or 10 karat gold to Shroom Day, he will deny it and send it back to you at your expense because he's only accepting donations of 24 karat gold per his message in chat. That said, I have a feeling he's actually happy to take gold of any shape, size, or form. And it's likely that some of it potentially ends up involved with the Wounded Warrior Project, but I don't know that for sure. So that is correct, because Vote for Pedro told us earlier, and I'll shout it out again, November 11th, the Wounded Warrior Project benefit that all the channels pull together and do. Although I'm not officially a part of it, I'm friends with everybody that is. So I will in fact say that that's happening November 11th. There's a lot of big names involved, like Silver Seeker, and I'm scrolling back as far as I can, Pedro, to find that message. I should have pinned it, but I didn't, and I can't find it now. But Yankee Stacker, and I think that Silver Seeker's in there, and I can't remember so many big names, plus all the names we know from around our own local community, like Cash Money, Cash Crew, and MLZB, and Jenny, and all them, and Pedro, and Shroomy, all bringing merch to sell for the Wounded Warrior Project. But yeah, Gold Eagles are only 90%. They are not 24 karat. Pedro, I guess Shroom Day would not accept Gold Eagles, and you would be liable for round trip shipping for trying to give him your free gold, because he's certainly not taking it if it's not pure. The next WWP benefit is on Veterans Day, Saturday, November 11th at 10 a.m. EST, which would be 9 a.m. Central Time, 8 a.m. Mountain Time, and 7 a.m. Pacific. Can hosting with All Stars, Snoopy, Ike's Girl, Tres Amigos, SLFS, AG at 47, Recon, Breach PMC, Shroom Day, Silver Dragons, and Yankee. And I'm going to put and more on there, because if I keep announcing this thing till November, I'm going to end up in it to win it somehow, I'm sure. So with that, you guys, thank you so much, everyone, for spending all of today with me since lunchtime from noon until 5 on A Day at the Coin Shop with Corky on Historic Metals. I really, really do appreciate y'all keeping me company and keeping me talking. I kind of wish you'd spent more money, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that, since I'm literally in the business of selling you metal. Watch my content. Watch my shorts. Tell your friends. Love you guys. And with that, I am out of here, because I am Corky K. This has been Historic Metals, and you are historic.